Good afternoon. Welcome to our April 12th, 2022 policy session of the Phoenix City Council. I will call the meeting to order. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councilwoman Ansari.
Here.
Councilman DeCiccio. Councilmember Garcia. Here. Councilwoman Guardado.
Here.
Councilwoman O'Brien.
Here.
Councilwoman Stark.
Here.
Councilman Waring.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pastor.
Here.
Mayor Gallego.
Here. Thank you for joining us. We do have an interpreter here to provide Spanish translation. Mario, would you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Mario Barajas, and I will be serving as today's Spanish interpreter. I will now take this time to introduce myself to our Spanish-speaking audience. Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Mario Barajas. Voy a estar sirviendo como el intérprete de español de esta tarde. Solamente les pedimos de que vamos a recomendar a que se tome algunas pausas si es que van a estar dando un comentario público, y también que hable sin tener distracciones de fondo, y también tomar las medidas necesarias para hacer las pausas y hablar con claridad. De esa manera podremos interpretarles de la mejor manera posible. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mario. I will also turn to our city attorney to provide some information on the role of public comment in city council meetings.
Thank you, Mayor. For items on today's agenda for discussion, members of the public may speak for up to 2 minutes to comment on the agenda item. Comments must be related to the agenda item. The City Council and staff cannot discuss or comment on matters related to pending investigation, claims, or litigation. The City Code requires speakers to present their comments in a respectful and courteous manner. Profane language, threats, or personal attacks on members of the public, council members, or staff are not allowed. A person who violates these rules will lose their opportunity to continue to speak.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman or Vice Mayor Pastor.
I have a question for the city attorney. So when you read what you read, my question is, if it's violated and they are speaking on an item, and the item, I'm just going to say, the air, and they're speaking, the item is about the air, but they start off with the air and then choose to get off the item, what will happen?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, when if someone makes a comment and it's off topic, the first person that does that on that item will get a warning. We'll remind them about the rules and that they need to connect their comments to the agenda item. If they do that, then they'll be allowed to speak. If they do not, then they can lose the opportunity. The mic may be cut off so that they cannot continue to speak if they're off topic.
Okay, and then for public comment purposes, they're allowed to speak they have 3 minutes, I want to say 3 minutes, and they are allowed to speak on whatever subject they would like.
On citizen comment, yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, they are allowed to speak for 3 minutes, and they're allowed to talk on any topics that are within any jurisdiction of the council or something the council can hear.
Okay, so. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We will move to council information and follow-up requests. Do we have council members? Councilwoman Ansari.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to start off on a more somber note. Wanted to take a moment to recognize a longtime community advocate, Henara Ruiz, who unexpectedly passed at the age of 48 on March 30th. I'm sure many of you knew him. Most recently, he was the executive director of the Audubon Center in South Phoenix, has been an incredible voice for South Phoenix residents, never hesitated to be of service to my office and residents across our city. I personally was incredibly saddened when I heard of his sudden passing. We would see him a lot. But I just wanted to read a small profile from the Arizona Republic that wrote about him, and it said, The story of Henara Ruiz is a selfless one. It is a story of a man who cared for others without seeking credit or attention. It is one of humility and a deep love for people and the communities he served. I couldn't agree more. I would encourage you to read it. And please keep his family and loved ones in your thoughts, and more importantly, give back in his honor. I'm going to miss him terribly. Now moving to some updates. On the budget, we have been working very hard to engage with District 7 community around the 2022-2023 budget. Last night we had our virtual District 7 budget hearing where we heard about a need for more historic preservation, road safety efforts, mental health support, and sharps disposal drop-off sites. We'll also be attending the Bilingual Citywide hearing, which is tomorrow evening, and we're also hosting an in-person event in Estrella and Tolleson this Thursday, April 14th from 6 to 7:30 at Santa Maria Middle School. All District 7 residents are invited. Dinner will be provided as well. We'll be serving pizza from an amazing local business, Pizzeria del Sol in Tolleson. Next week is Earth Week, but really Earth Week kicked off today. There was a huge win today for the climate and environmental justice at the Arizona Corporation Commission. The ACC actually voted 4-1 to deny a proposed $1 billion natural gas generating station next to a historically black community in Randolph, Arizona. Many groups like the Sierra Club, Rural AZ Action, SWEEP, Arizona PIRG, and the Randolph community themselves rallied against this enormous and harmful investment in fossil fuels. They've been fighting against it for months on end. The decision today was actually a shock to many, but the best kind of shock. So I want to extend an enthusiastic congratulations and thanks to everyone who worked so tirelessly to block this plant, and thank you for getting my office and me involved in the advocacy. And finally, in other Earth Week news, this Saturday we'll be planting 200 trees along Cesar Chavez Boulevard between 35th Avenue and 39th Avenue. I want to thank Salesforce, American Forest, Aspiration Bank, and iHeartRadio for their support in funding the city's 10th Cool Corridor, and city staff for your hard work in setting up this event. So excited to welcome more trees and shade to District 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Like Councilwoman Ansari, I want to start by expressing our deep condolences to the family and friends of Henara Ruiz, to Sandra, his wife. Like Councilwoman Ansari said, he was the director of the Audubon Center in South Phoenix. Got to be there 2 Saturdays ago for his services, and kind of showed all the folks that he impacted in his life, either previously at CPLC. We hope to continue to honor his legacy through our work on the Rio Salado and the community around there. May he rest in peace. Thank you all for joining our budget hearings. Last night, our office held its 5th hearing and have been holding in-person hearings to create access throughout our district. Please subscribe to our newsletter and check out our social media to see the upcoming dates. Finally, I wanted to touch on something that happened last week. We sent a letter asking for a public meeting to create transparency around what we have been doing to correct the actions of some of our employees and some investigations. Just kind of wanted a quick statement around that and say the city's not absolved from addressing these things in public. We want to understand how the city's interests differ from its residents. We've already had some investigations that have proven to be incomplete, like the Ballard Spar investigation, where we've seen things even come out on the nightly news or from other requests that these investigations couldn't find. Our residents are asking for information about what we are doing instead of finding out another scandal throughout the nightly news with no clear understanding of how we're addressing these issues. Therefore, I want to formally request from staff to present to the public the ways in which we have addressed in policy or otherwise the actions of our employees. We need to assure our residents that we are taking this seriously and that we're doing something to make sure it doesn't happen again. My constituents also would like to know from the city manager's office and the role of what we are doing to addressing these employees' misconduct or anything else of that sort. So thank you all. I know we've just had a conversation about this in e-session, but I continue to ask that we have a public forum to address the concerns of the community. Thank you.
Councilwoman Guardado.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment to thank all the residents who came out to our Maryvale Resource Fair this past Saturday. We had a great turnout, and I was glad to see so many of our families getting connected to city resources, quality job opportunities, and programs for their kids. I also wanted to thank the over 50 organizations and city departments who participated in this event. We had an especially great showing from our labor partners who showcased their apprenticeship programs in the trades and jobs in the private sector. Special thanks to La Una, ASME, IBW, the painters, the ironworkers, bricklayers, heat and frost insulators, the pipe fitters, the Arizona Building and Construction Trades Council, Unite Here, and UFCW. I would also like to personally thank Dave Adams and his entire team at the Maryvale Community Center who worked hand in hand with our office to make this event such a success. Finally, I wanted to announce that next Friday, April 22nd, District 5 is excited to join residents and park staff at the Earth Day Community Garden dedication and movie in the park at Homestead Park. The event will start at 5 p.m. and together we will be celebrating all the wonderful improvements being made at Homestead Park with a showing of the movie Happy Feet. So if you haven't seen it, come out and join us, and it will be an amazing night. You can find more information and details on our District 5 social media page. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pastor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll wait for the PowerPoint. Appreciate it. Thank you. Go Suns! Aren't we having a great time? And we're enjoying our City Phoenix Suns and our great arena, so go Suns. Obviously, we're excited to be part of the Suns fever taking over Phoenix. Here's to hoping we go all the way, become those champions. Rent relief. Thank you to everybody who helped with the recent rent relief event at Adam Diaz Senior Center. The event served over 100 people with various services. So thank you to staff. Appreciate all the work that you did in order for this to happen. April, as you see, I'm wearing teal with some flowers. Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Cleo and I are honored to support Lieutenant Sarah Fields, who leads the Sex Crimes Division. Lieutenant Fields and I work hard to reach populations at risk while encouraging them to call the police. Child Help, Phoenix Chapter. I had the pleasure of interviewing Jennifer Archuleta and Jamie Levine, co-chairs of the 15th Annual Child Help Fashion Show. Child Help does great work with children and family members who have been victims of sexual assault and trauma. This fun family event will raise much-needed resources for their programs. The event is April 24th. If you would like to attend, tickets can be purchased at childhelpwings.org. African American Reconstruction 5K. Congratulations to Grayson Taylor and the whole gang who worked on the first annual Empowering Youth 5K. It was a great success. Many thanks to everyone in the Parks Department for all your help. And thank you to all who voted to make my son Player of the Week. He appreciates it and is doing great and will be playing today against San Luis, one of the teams from out of town, and this will be considered a playoff game. So I'm excited to get through this meeting and go see my son. As stated earlier, Henara, we lost a great warrior in our community, and he actually really represented our community. And when I say represent our community, he was our community, and he knew how to engage community in all our issues, especially in the Autobahn, and understanding the importance of the Autobahn, but also understanding Rio Salado and what it does for our community and how it empowers our community. So I'm going to lead to that because I have a statement. And when I think of Henara, and I think of his engagement and how he talks and listens, and also wanted to heal our community and being disjointed and disconnected, that's very important to me. And so I wrote a statement last week along with Councilman Garcia regarding transparency and regarding the need of what accountability and what we needed to do in some of the items that we had discovered. And responsibility is key to me, and accountability is key to me. And there were some statements made last week that I just want to clarify. There are two different issues happening. The one issue that was geared towards me was Councilwoman Pastor does not support police. I support police. I support also accountability. And the other issue of a letter that I wrote was all around that, transparency and accountability. So there are two different issues that people were talking about last week, and I want to put that on the record. Secondly, our constituents are asking and demanding for transparency. And so I feel, as the letter stated, that we need to have a voice to what was happening within our community and what we discovered in our community. So I am asking, as I asked in the letter, that we have a space to be able to heal, but not only be able to heal, to discuss what has happened, and then be able to come up with solution and changes. And that's very important to me. I was told that certain things that could not be, we could not discuss, and I understand that the legal part around the discussion. But I would like to see or show me documentation of what can we discuss. So what can we discuss with the community, and how do we discuss it? And it's important. We also have a citizens petition in front of us, so I'm very curious at what point we will know if we are hearing the citizen petition, and if it's not being heard, why it's not being heard. And so that can be given to, we can be told, and so that the community can hear if we are hearing it, when it's being placed on an agenda, or if not. And the other piece is really asking the city manager really on what space and how we can have a update on all the changes that have been made and what reform and policy has been done. I think that's very important because a lot of us aren't aware of it, and community isn't aware of it. So I would like, if you could send it all to the council on some suggestions or ways that we can do this, that'll be great. And just want to say thank you. Thank you for everybody that our staff that is here listening, probably very surprised. I see faces staring at me like, what is she doing? But want to thank you for understanding. And we will have a great conversation right now in policy about electric vehicles and about ARPA. And just want to tell you thank you for all the work that you do within our community. You represent the community, and they rely and depend on you. So appreciate you and grateful for your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional council updates? I'll join my colleagues in celebrating the contributions of Henara Ruiz, Before we meet again in policy, Councilmember Garcia will celebrate his birthday, so wishing you a good celebration. And with that, we will go to agenda item number 1, Ad Hoc Committee on Electric Vehicles. This area is known as the Electric Valley because of our great concentration of activity related to electric vehicles. It was my pleasure to appoint a committee to move EV policy forward in the city of Phoenix and to ask Councilman Ansari to chair that. I will turn to Councilman Ansari to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor and my fellow council members. It's my honor to introduce this presentation, introducing the first draft of the electric vehicle roadmap for the city of Phoenix. Just want to set some context. So last week, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is the scientific group that is assembled by the United Nations to monitor and assess all global science related to climate change, released yet another sobering report showing that climate change is already causing more frequent and severe storms, floods, droughts, wildfires, and other extreme weather events. The recent IPCC report confirms again, that greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise and current plans to address climate change are not ambitious enough to address catastrophic impacts. Meanwhile, according to the American Lung Association, Phoenix ranks nationwide, fifth place nationwide, for the highest number of unhealthy ozone days, 13th in unhealthy particle pollution days, and 8th in unhealthy annual levels of particle pollution. If we don't address this with bold action, we face heavy economic repercussions if we are redesignated as a serious non-attainment zone for ozone control. This could have a drastic impact on the ability for businesses and industry leaders to set up shop here in the future. But there is a lot of hope. The UN report specifically highlights the important role that clean energy, and in particular clean transportation, will play in addressing this crisis. Given that the transportation sector is the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions here in Phoenix, supporting and accelerating the transition to electric vehicles is one of the most significant actions that we can take on climate and public health and in protecting the economic vitality of Phoenix. I believe that this roadmap we're presenting today will give us clear direction on how to transition to clean transportation in a way that aligns with our climate, our public health, and our economic needs. It's been an absolute privilege working with these 14 extremely knowledgeable and insightful members of the ad hoc committee over the course of the last 9 months. We've had over 30 meetings, and I'm happy that we have some of them here today with us to present our draft recommendations. Today we have Karen Potter. She's representing the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, otherwise known as SWEEP. Clark Miller, representing Arizona State University's School for the Future of Innovation and Society, and Lisa Perez, a passionate West Valley community leader who also sits on the Planning Commission. I will now hand it over to Deputy City Manager Karen Peters to introduce the rest of the ad hoc committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilwoman Ansari, for that very kind introduction. And for leading us fearlessly over the last 9 months. We've had a lot of time together, although it has been entirely virtual. So it's a real treat to be here with members of the ad hoc committee today. So as you indicated, we do have a quite auspicious group in our EV ad hoc committee. I won't name all the names, but we do have representatives of vehicle manufacturers, utilities, electric vehicle industry advocates, builders, nonprofits, and members of the public. I want to thank the members who are here today. Look forward to their comments. The committee has a very diverse skill set and brought a broad perspective to this committee. It has been a pleasure working with them. I really want to acknowledge and commend the tireless work supporting the committee that Mark Hartman, our Chief Sustainability Officer, and from his office, Karen Apple, the Electric Vehicle Program Manager, have done, and also the dozens of staff and executive leaders from city departments who participated in many of the 30 meetings that were referenced. Each of the committee and subcommittee meetings offered real-time Spanish language translation, and recordings and presentations from each meeting are posted online at the Sustainability Office website, Phoenix.gov/electric vehicles. So in its initial discussions, the committee took the mayor's charge and looked to existing city council policy to guide exploring goals. The recently adopted 2021 Climate Action Plan articulated an overall vision of preparing for 280,000 electric vehicles in the city by 2030 by using 5 strategies: conducting education and outreach, installing 500 EV charging stations on city property, exploring EV building codes and ordinances, acquiring at least 200 light-duty vehicles in the city fleet, and lastly, implementing equity principles in fulfilling those goals. The committee thought its most impactful action would be to develop a roadmap that charted the path to achieve these goals by 2030, and it is this roadmap we are bringing you here today for discussion and feedback. It includes some specific recommendations for this upcoming fiscal year, and those recommendations are being integrated into the budget that is being discussed in our community budget hearings. I will now turn it over to Karen Potter from SWEEP and the other ad hoc committee members to present the committee's recommendations. Karen, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Karen, and good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. As a member of the EV ad hoc committee and also as a clean transportation and clean energy advocate, I'm thrilled to discuss some of our recommendations with you today and to dive into some of the details. So as Karen just mentioned, one of the building blocks of the committee's overall strategy was to consider the current climate action plan's goal. And again, that was the overall goal of more than 280,000 EVs within the city by 2030. And it's really important to utilize that goal as the foundation for all of the building blocks in the roadmap because we wanted to ensure that the direction that we're going within, different types of EV programs was quantifiable and was built within a foundation focused on climate action. So some of the strategies that I'd like to review with you today are kind of the directions that we were focusing on within the roadmap. So one of the first ones is prioritizing equity. And one way that we think about this a lot when it comes to clean transportation is ensuring equal access to charging infrastructure and other types of equipment that make electric vehicle ownership possible, and utilizing some of these different policies that we're going to discuss today to make that possible. As well as conducting EV education and outreach. And something that we've talked a lot about within the committee is ensuring that education is verifiable. We have different types of communications analytics that are within that plan, so we can ensure that the education is working. And if it's not working, well, then we can go back and see what can be fixed to make sure that we can get it right the second time. As well as increasing EV ownership, there are many different ways to help to enable the growth of electric vehicles over time. And that's what we wanted to discuss with you today as well. Also accelerating the installation of EV charging infrastructure. Many times within the EV community, people like to talk about this as what comes first, the chicken or the egg? And when it comes to purchasing an electric vehicle or then getting access to charging infrastructure. So it's really important we're thinking about these issues in parallel with each other. Also, leading by example within city operations. It's really important within our fleets that we're adopting different plans to make way for the future of electric vehicles, and as well as ensuring that we have a plan for maintenance and overall installation of equipment. And with that in mind, today, so we're bringing to you this the Strath Road Map, and in April and May, we're going to bring this roadmap to the community. We're going to go all across the community, talk to different organizations, businesses, and to ensure we're getting their real-time feedback. And we're going to bring the final recommendations back to you in June after we've had this opportunity to review the feedback and incorporate that. So that's kind of the timeline that we have. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. So what I'm going to cover for the first recommendation is some of the guiding principles for city action, and I'm going to present the first two recommendations, and then I'm going to pass it over to my fellow committee members to go through the rest. So for this first recommendation before you today, and I think it's also important to stress that these is a high-level overview. I think the outline that we put together as well is a lot of that concrete details as well if you're interested. But for that recommendation number one, the committee focuses on adopting guiding principles for acting and taking action on electric vehicles in several different ways. The first one is prioritizing early action, so we can ensure that building this momentum with enabling the growth of electric vehicles, we're ensuring that we're building on top of our kind of midterm success, if you will, and that we're ensuring we're building the momentum forward. So, and that's for many reasons, but one of the biggest ones is to ensure that city residents, businesses, and others can reap the benefits that electric vehicles, and when electric vehicles are managed well, can bring them. And that's really important from a consumer perspective. One of the second areas for our guiding principles for city action was prioritizing investments in underserved communities. And this is really important, again, as I was saying earlier, about ensuring equal access to charging infrastructure. And this is a big area of concern that we were hoping to address in the committee. And as well as actively pursuing, different grant opportunities. And I think some of the biggest one that you're all going to be discussing in the next item is kind of related to federal stimulus. And one of the biggest opportunities that we're starting to discuss as well is how to utilize the bipartisan infrastructure law to maximize the benefits that we can bring with city electric vehicle programs, with federal stimulus, and putting these programs together to identify where are gaps within our plans and to ensure that we're hitting all of the areas that need to be addressed to ensure that this plan goes smoothly. As well as seeking partnerships with businesses, utilities, and other stakeholders. I think especially when it comes to something like electric vehicles, when there are so many different jurisdictions working together to ensure this adoption takes place, it's really important to work with our local businesses, especially when it comes to EV installations, the utilities too, so that we're working through and utilizing transportation electrification programs and within the public interest, and also other stakeholder groups as well. And lastly, investing in electrification of cities' fleets, and this corresponds again with the charging infrastructure, as well as installing workplace charging infrastructure for city employees. And these principles are meant to inform and guide all the remaining recommendations we would like to discuss today. And the second recommendation is focusing on supporting accelerated EV adoption within the community. And we hope to do this in a number of ways. One is to assign dedicated staff to really focus on, one, what are the barriers to EV adoption and what can we do about it from a city perspective, and how are we building programs to meet those barriers to ensure that we're hitting all of those gaps. The second one was launching a qualitative and quantitative data gathering, and this is comprised in a couple of different ways. One is a community survey, ensuring we kind of understand where Phoenix residents and Phoenix businesses currently are at within their transition to electric vehicles, so it'll help us to inform our programs moving forward. And also, quantitative data. When it comes to something as technical as electric vehicle supply equipment installations, it's really important to have things like data, doing a line siting study, so you're looking at what's going to be the most appropriate place to install this equipment, to one, ensure that it's utilized, but two, to ensure that we're maximizing the efficiency of current operations. And the third is to launch an EV education and awareness program or campaign. We started talking about this a little bit earlier, but with such a significant transition with the way that people are moving from point A to point B right now, and also the behaviors that people utilize when it comes to this new technology, it's going to be very different from what people are used to from going to a gas station and just being able to fuel their car immediately versus planning to charge your car over specific time periods and charging for different intervals when you're going for longer stretches of time and you're looking for public charging. So it's really important to kind of have these considerations in mind when we're thoughtfully planning this to make sure that there's no gaps. And for now, what I'd like to do is go to the third recommendation, and now I'd like to turn it over to Committee Member Clark.
Thanks, Karen. The third recommendation from the committee is for the city to expand access to public EV charging by leveraging local, state, and federal funding to install 500 city-hosted public charging stations by 2030 in parks, libraries, community centers, city parking facilities, and in rights of way. I'm not sure that it's widely known, but I was looking at the data the other day, and we are, in Arizona, the number 3 state per capita in EV adoption. So it's happening very quickly here, and I think it's important that we be ready for that rapid expansion. If you look at other places that are on the cutting edge of EV adoption, in our neighboring state of California, in Norway and Europe, and in China, what we're seeing are EV numbers in places double year to year, right? So this S curve that we're on can happen very quickly. I think it's, the committee thinks it's very important for the city to stay ahead of that, to provide confidence that EV drivers in Phoenix will be able to access charging, to demonstrate the city's commitment to sustainable transportation and clean air, and to make sure that access to charging infrastructure is inclusive. We know from the data that we have from our electric utilities that a lot of the charging is happening at the moment in people who own homes, and it's happening in their garages. And we also know that there are a lot of people in Phoenix who don't have garages, who are living in multifamily housing, who are living in other places where they don't have access. And so public charging becomes a critically important strategy for tackling that inequality in charging access at present. If we could go to the 4th recommendation, the committee recommends that the city support access to home, business, and workplace EV charging. And to do this, we recommend investigating opportunities to streamline the permitting process for installing workplace, business, home, and multifamily EV charging stations. We recommend that proposals be developed for EV-ready building codes and zoning ordinances for stakeholder input and future adoption. We recommend that the city work with utilities to develop an education program specific to builders, developers, and businesses. And again, this is in part about increasing access and reducing inequalities in EV charging infrastructures, but it's also about making sure that our EV charging here in Arizona is as green as possible. As the state builds out its solar energy infrastructure, which the utilities are telling us they will do over the next decade, that means there's going to be a lot of green electrons in the middle of the day. And so making sure that our EV charging is happening when those green electrons are available is crucial. And finally, I would just emphasize that for small businesses, for example, being able to ensure that their customers have access to EV charging when they're coming to visit them is a kind of critical opportunity. So figuring out how to enable businesses to advance EV charging is also important. And I will pass the baton to Lisa.
Clark. I'm on number 5, which is related to equity. Equity is something that the entire committee discussed that needed to be part of everything that came out of this roadmap and moving forward. One of the recommendations was to pilot different types of multimodal transportation options, such as ride shares or e-bikes or scooters in underserved communities. This would include assigning dedicated staff to focus on equity and build relationships with community leaders and advocates. And I pause there because I think you've heard the word staff many, many times so far in this presentation, and we know we're going through the budget system right now, but there are a lot of recommendations that are going to need staff for this. We also want to develop a better understanding of the unique mobility needs of underserved communities and design solutions to meet those needs. And that's where our community advocates and leaders and all of you are going to be helpful in finding out what those needs are for those communities. Nobody knows them better than yourselves or your community advocates in the areas. So we're really looking forward to that kind of feedback. Then lastly, it comes to the city, and this is the lead by example part. The city should adopt a preferred purchasing policy for EVs, provided it meets the business needs in a similar price range to non-EV model from life cycle cost perspective. There is still a pretty big myth out there that most EVs are expensive and unattainable, and I think we're finding out that that is not necessarily the truth, and I think developing a policy, especially for the city fleet, is going to be important. Pilot electrification and medium and heavy-duty equipment, such as transit buses, refuse trucks, and street sweepers. Proactively install supporting charging infrastructure to prepare for future adoption of EVs in the city fleet. identify city employee charging needs, and provide access to charging infrastructure to city employees to meet demand. And this can be done simply by a survey to all 14,000 employees, but that feedback is going to be pretty critical. And then implemented training of employees for EV driving, EV charging, and EV maintenance following a change management process. Obviously, this is going to be a little bit different than just going to Jiffy Lube and getting an oil change, but I think that the setting it up so that we're prepared for the future of EVs is going to be important, not just with the city, but with individuals and their cars. And with that, I'll pass it on to Mark to tell us what the future holds for our committee.
Thank you all, and good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. This last slide is really just as we're bringing this to you today for your comment and feedback, we're also bringing it to the community. We've got over 40 events and meetings planned to do presentations. Certainly there's the typical social media and EV surveys that we have in English and Spanish, and we'd like to send that to each of the council members to include in your newsletters and things to get out to the community. We've had a ride and drive event, for example, 2 weeks ago, had over 325 people do a test drive on an electric vehicle, and with a waiting list of 700 people wanting to try. We had 9 vehicles there for tryout. It was actually quite a fun event. But go to certainly the usual suspects of village planning committees, but also some of the unusual suspects of some of the chambers of commerce and other stakeholders. And we've actually been finding great value in the employee groups as representatives of the community. So going to the employees first and hearing from them and even getting connections with them into the community. So certainly all those workshops as we go out reaching through April and May, be hearing from that and integrating their responses into the final report in June. This final slide is really just a summary of the 6 recommendations that were brought to you today, and we'll certainly welcome any comments or questions on any of these 6 recommendations that the ad hoc committee has brought forward in their draft report to see, number 1, if there's things that you'd want to see in a final report or more details, as well as if you had any suggestions for public outreach. So I turn over to you, Mayor and Council, for comments and questions.
Wonderful, thank you. Do we have council member comments or questions?
Mayor.
Mayor, can I?
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay, we'll go
Go ahead.
Councilwoman Stark, Councilman Waring, and then the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. First, I want to congratulate this ad hoc committee on all the great work they did, and thanks to Councilwoman Ansari for moving us towards growing our electric infrastructure and use of EVs. So my question is maybe more of a budget question, because we are in our budget cycle. Is there any thought of adding some money to set up some demonstration projects on city property? And I'm not sure who will answer that. Maybe Karen, maybe Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Stark. So the budget that is out for community input right now does include 2 new positions. One has been grant funded for the last year and a half, and it becomes permanent. And then an additional position in the Public Works Department charged with analyzing how to implement these recommendations in the city fleet. So those 2 positions are added. What we also are discussing, and I think that Karen alluded to it in her comments, is the need to further analyze the need in our city fleet to support our city fleet for EV charging. So we'll be hopefully able to engage some expert advice as to where, how, when we can get that EV charging infrastructure in place, so that when we do it right and we do it smart. So that is something that we are pursuing. We definitely want to be engaged with the community throughout, and so there's more than enough here in the year to come to get us on the right trajectory.
So then the thought again is to first get the staff help to really do a good analysis of locations, and then perhaps next year's budget we'll look at setting aside some money for those demonstration projects. So thank you. And I appreciate, again, all the work that the subcommittee did. It sounds to me like you really involved people who are invested in the future. And I did get a call from one of the development organizations and a Valley Partnership, and I think they were very impressed with what you guys were doing. So thank you so much for reaching out and making sure we had people involved from all sectors that might be impacted as we move forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Stark. We'll go next to Councilman Waring, followed by the Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. So I work out early in the morning in a parking structure that's actually located in Scottsdale, but it's always struck me that it seems like no matter how early I get there, they have charging stations on the ground floor, and they're not always full, but there's almost always some people there. And I know I'm an early bird, but that doesn't mean everybody is. So I've always been kind of curious, what would prompt people to get over there so early? Is it a shortage? I mean, it's probably impossible for you to know exactly, but is that indicative of a shortage of charging stations? Because I do, as was suggested in the presentation, when I go around and knock on doors, I see a lot of people charging their cars, in their driveways with open garage doors and so forth. But is that what I'm seeing, that people want to get there early to beat the rush? I would say there's probably 6 stations at the structure I'm talking about, which again is not a Phoenix station, it's in Scottsdale. But is that an accurate analysis, that it's a shortage?
Council member, thank you so much for the question. This is committee member Karen Potter. I think that's an excellent question, and there's a lot of factors that play when it comes to how many folks are utilizing a particular charging station at one time. But a couple of variables for you to consider. I think it depends on a couple of things, whether or not the station itself has what's known as a level 3 DC fast charging station. If someone is looking to charge their vehicle up to a certain threshold faster, that's typically what people are going to go to first. Level 2 takes a little bit longer, but I think exactly your question of a lot of people are going at a particular time, I think absolutely yes. I think that's one trend that's indicating we do not have enough charging stations available right now, and there is certainly a demand. And while typically there's a long-term trend when it comes to the majority of folks charging their vehicles at home. In fact, a lot of different models that we have utilized in the past, and in fact, one of my organization's studies from 2 years ago have shown that in general, there's an assumption that folks within their home are going to charge their vehicles at home probably roughly about 80% of the time, but folks are always planning for that last 20%, right, to ensure that they have access to charging. And what typically happens in some of those stations that are busy at particular times is they're trying to make sure that they can get their charging in, and because the network is not fully complete yet. And I think that's one of the things that we've talked about a lot on the committee, is ensuring that we can complete the network both directly for city operations and indirectly for city businesses and residents and those coming in and out of the city. Because right now you're starting to see these pockets, if you will, where people are utilizing these stations at sometimes a lot more, and it's overcrowded, and not everyone can utilize a port, and other times there's not as many. So hopefully that answers your question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I do have a follow-up, Mayor, if I may. So, I was curious. I don't have an electric vehicle. Like I said, I've seen people charging at home, so I certainly understood what that is. Now that I think about it, I just wonder if these are folks, because it's a mall where the structure is, but it's also got condos or apartments. I'm not sure which. Like I said, it's in Scottsdale, not Phoenix, so I'm not 100% sure. Would I interpret what I'm seeing as, would Scottsdale own those chargers, or would that be maybe an amenity that's attached to the mall itself or the condo/apartments? Because obviously if you live in a condo or an apartment, you can't charge it at home. So would that be, maybe those are residents who are there? I mean, that's for interpretation on your part. I'm sure there's no way for you to know, but I mean, I'm just kind of curious, like what I'm observing. People going there early in the morning, clearly anticipating a line later. If I get there closer to 7, maybe on the weekends or something, it's usually, every station is usually full up. I don't think I've ever seen people waiting, but I've definitely gotten the impression that this is a hot ticket item and there's limited space. And, there's quite a few residences there. So I suppose it could be people who live there. And that brings up an interesting point that I hadn't thought about earlier. I don't know if you have any comments on what I just said or if it even makes sense, but.
Oh, certainly, yes, Councilman. I think it could be, it was certainly most likely not owned by the city, either the mall itself or another company may own that parking of which they provide that EV charging, and we would really look to encourage that. And as well as encourage daytime charging, and I think it was mentioned that there's a lot of surplus power within our grid during the day. We really want to encourage that daytime charging. We'd actually prefer it to people going home to charging. We'd actually prefer them to charge during the day and want to incentivize that. And just one anecdote about our own parking facility. We have 28 spots in our Adams Street garage, and back in the day when we used to have all the employees come into work, those spots were all filled up by the time by 8 o'clock rolled around, and employees were actually deliberately coming in early because they wanted one of the EV charging spots. So, and that was with 28 spots we had there. So no, I certainly can see that, and we want to encourage that. That's actually good news, but certainly there's, as we see more and more EVs on the road, there will be demand and people adjust their working hours to get those premium spots for sure, that where there's charging available.
And Mayor, if I could ask just one more, because it was mentioned in the presentation, what is like the average? It sounds like there's different levels of charging. So like what's fast and what's just average?
So there are 3 levels of charging at the moment that are available. And basically it's about the speed at which charging happens. So a level 1 charger is a fancy way of saying an electrical outlet, just like you'd have to plug your lamp in or your computer in at home. It's a 110 outlet. And that's the slowest form of charging. It would take to fully charge a fully electric car with say 250 miles of range. It might take you, something like 15 hours to charge at that level. A level 2 charger is a 220 volt outlet. It's the same as the outlet for your dryer at home, and that goes much quicker, and so it's more like 5 hours to charge at that, but it's also, a higher level of current, and so it requires you to have an electrician to install that outlet, whether in your home or somewhere else. And then Karen was talking about DC fast chargers, which are another level up in terms of the voltage and the current that they can handle. It requires special configuration of the space with the utility to make sure that your electricity infrastructure can handle that charger in that location. But you could potentially get a full charge in 40 minutes on a charger like that.
Okay, and that's, thanks, Mark. That actually answers one of my questions, because that's about how long. I'm there usually about an hour, and but I switch up stuff, and I'll go by. I think these people are charging their cars about 40 minutes. So these must be the fancy chargers, and so they're trying to get in before everybody else gets in. And a fully charged vehicle goes how far on a full charge?
Up to 400 miles.
400 miles, okay.
It depends on the
I'm sorry to belabor it. Gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to add one other observation, though, and that is that most cars are only driven 25 miles a day. And so there's sometimes people drive electric vehicles and they drive them just like gasoline cars, and they drive them down to a relatively low charge and then fill them all the way up, the way we would go to a gas station and fill up our car. But sometimes people just top them off every day. And for that, a level 1 charger can be a perfectly fine solution.
All right. Well, I appreciate the presentation. It was something I just didn't know as much about as I should, and I appreciate it. I learned a lot, and thank you for indulging my questions, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Waring. We'll go to the Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Garcia.
You're welcome, Waring. It's a joke between us. Mr. Miller, you spoke on slide, I want to say 5, but you don't have to move to that slide. I couldn't catch it, and I was going to stop you, but then I thought, oh, go ahead. You talked about green energy. Is that what you said? And something about capturing it, and I was like, okay, what is he? Can you explain that to me?
Sure. When in the sustainable energy space, we're really looking for opportunities to take advantage of forms of energy that don't produce carbon dioxide emissions. And so here in Arizona, there's a lot of solar energy, and that solar energy is available when the sun shines. And so if you can take advantage of that energy by charging your car in the middle of the day, then you can use that energy, and so then we produce fewer carbon dioxide emissions. But whereas if the electricity that you're using to charge your car is coming from a natural gas plant or a coal plant, then obviously it's dirtier electricity, so to speak.
Got it. I think the public would want to know that. And then we talked about equity. And equity is a space that is not new, but is new to many others. It's not new to me. My question in pilot mobility options in the underserved community is, at this moment, those that own electric cars are ones that can afford it. And so I struggle with this in the sense of, in the space of equity, of looking of prioritizing investments in underserved communities and equity, because my vision would be then in those communities they would have electric cars. But if I go through those communities currently, electric cars are not aren't in the neighborhoods. So what is the goal, or what do you anticipate in this piece on not only educating the community, because education is key, but really giving them access to electric cars at an affordable rate, and then being able to set up the chargers at an affordable rate, because I think that's going to be a challenge.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Pastor, you're exactly right. It is going to be a big challenge, and it is something that we've talked about from the beginning on equity. And I think one of the things that I think we all get stuck on, and myself included, is when we talked about underserved communities and what that means. Where I live can be considered an underserved community because I don't have any city services whatsoever. So when we talk about public charging stations, we talk about public parks, we talk about community centers, we talk about libraries, and I have none of the above in my area. So none of that can happen in my area. So when we look at public charging stations, even in my area, they're going to have to be on they're going to have to be on private entity spaces because there's no other place to actually put them, or residents are going to have them in their homes. So I think the deep dive and what we talk about this new policy person coming on board is to go into these communities and to find out what we do need. We can't make assumptions because every community is different. We can't make assumptions that nobody will ride an e-scooter or somebody won't do a ride share. Personally, I can't stand ride shares, so I will never take one. But I think we need to go into those communities and do a really good analysis to find out exactly what the needs are, and then how we meet the needs by providing low costs. We've talked about incentives as part of our program in this for people to get into an EV. The prices are coming down. They are still up there, but I think the myth of them being unattainable is going away, and we need to help dispel that with education and outreach. I don't know if that answers all of your question, Vice Mayor, but...
Yeah, I think in time is what is, it will, and innovation, it will go down. But currently those communities probably would want other equity items within their community than electric charging stations. But if I was one, and in the community and working in the community and had an electric vehicle, then I would want to know where I could go and charge. So you have that, that's a challenge that we will have in trying to figure that out along with you. And so that's what's running through my head when we're having this discussion. The other one, I wanted to know, what's the cost? what's the cost to charge your car?
So, go ahead, Mark.
Well, I was just going to speak just strictly from as from the city's infrastructure that we're rolling out, that it really varies. And in some ways, we want to encourage free daytime charging and work with business to provide that for employees. The city certainly provides that for the time being for our employees as well. We want to encourage that in early adoption. And the same way we give out bus passes for sustainable transportation to employees, we'd also want to encourage them to use modes of sustainable transportation. But for charging during the day, it's also the lowest cost electricity for utilities. Sometimes there's even negative pricing. So utilities are really wanting to incentivize. So as utilities are participating in rates that are available for utility provided charging, it can actually be some of the lowest costs for charging during the day. But it goes anywhere from 30 cents up to the more expensive times will be $1 is quite often for the chargers we're seeing installed within the valley per gallon equivalent.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that the anticipation is that these electric charging stations would be on public property and that the city would be paying? Or would there be a...
No, certainly. For all of
I'm trying to understand the concept.
The ones we've installed on city property, we contract with, we have a contract with Blink, and they provide those for free to the city, the charging station, so at no cost to us, they're installing the stations. And there they have a rate where people sign up to Blink, in our case, and our Blink charges them for that. And we have a cost share, so any revenue that Blink has over and above cost, they actually share with the city. So we are, essentially, it's cost neutral to the city for those public charging stations.
Thank you so much for the question. And if I could add, kind of from the perspective of consumers, homes, businesses, and workplace EV charging, very often when it comes to actually installing the station itself, and typically when it comes to areas like, let's say a multi-family apartment building or something like that, or some kind of commercial space, they're typically going to put in a level 2 charging station, and that could be. Typically, these types of installations happen either privately through, let's say a restaurant or a grocery store just wants to install that, and that's some kind of additional service for their customers to come in. So it kind of incentivizes them to come into the shop since they're charging their car. Typically, as Mark indicated, it can be cents to the gallon, or that you're typically paying for gas right now. And that's really one of the major benefits, or one of the things that makes switching to electric vehicles very attractive for consumers, because they're saving a significant amount of money on the fuel cost. Since electricity, it's already being generated, it's much more efficient and therefore a lot cheaper. So when it comes to the charging station equipment itself within the home, there's different levels within this, and if you want, we can go into some of the code stuff. But just at a ballpark, I'll just say in general, it's much more cost effective to be able to put in this equipment into a newly constructed building or through the new construction process, versus having to go through and retrofit the process after the fact. You're saving thousands and thousands of dollars per unit. So I just wanted to add that the price may vary depending on the type and the location and how many you're installing for a particular place, but overall much cheaper when you put in a new construction. Thank you.
I want to thank you for your work. Thank you, Councilwoman Ansari, for leading the group and doing great work. Appreciate it. You have educated me in many ways, and we're on our way to the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We'll go to Councilmember Garcia, followed by Councilwoman Guardado.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to thank Councilwoman Ansari. It was impressive, the amount of subcommittees that were also part, and thank all the members for taking part in that. Also want to give a special shout out to Vianney. I know she's Olivaria, who's watching. Her organization, Chispa, has a lot of members in District 8, and we've worked closely with them. I'm glad we're having this conversation, and obviously lifting this work, and especially the equity conversation. There's a reason why some people in parts of the valley, many in my district, live less amount of time than folks in other parts. So I think as we implement these plans, we want to think about and take extra care and attention and resources to the underserved community. So I love that it's mentioned on there, and I don't think we expect you all to have all the answers of what equity looks like, but so long as it's there and it's part of the line of work and our flexibility remains, I think we're proud of it. I love the piece that says lead by example. It was a little rough for us, but we're trying to figure out with our own bus systems as well. But I think as we look forward in other departments and add new vehicles and all that, I think it'd be helpful if we continue to kind of do that ourselves first. Don't really have any questions beyond, the thank you for the work that you've done. I think the equity conversation will continue. I do think what we don't want is for there to be a sense that we're subsidizing rich people who are the only ones that could get electric vehicles. I think there's the benefits beyond a person actually driving a car, but actually the benefits towards our environment is what's also going to benefit our communities. And do things like, you mentioned ride shares in a different connotation, but I think what we did with the ride share folks at the airport and made it easier or cheaper for EV ride shares to be there. I think those kinds of things are also processes that we want to look at to be able to encourage more EV, not only in our own city, but any partners we may have. So thank you all so much for your work.
Councilwoman Guardado.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would also like to thank Councilwoman Ansari for her continued leadership on creating a more sustainable Phoenix. I also want to thank her staff and all the members of the ad hoc for their hard work and involvement in crafting the recommendations we heard today. I know it takes a lot of hard work, a lot of time. Thank you guys so much for your dedication to this issue that it's been well overdue in our city. Thank you. And the real urgency for our community and communities around the world is to turn recommendations for sustainability into actions that make real impacts. Just this morning, I read a report on ABC 15 that governments and corporations are making plans to address climate change, but we are doing very little to implement them. They called them the inaction, a litany of broken climate promises. In the Transportation, Infrastructure, and Planning Subcommittee, we discussed in depth the need to transition our city to an all-electric bus fleet, and that was an adventure. This was based on the recommendations laid out in the city's climate action plan, but when we make plans and roadmaps, we need to connect the dots to real actions by the city so that we don't break our own climate promises. From our buses to our trash trucks and fire engines to private vehicles and the necessary infrastructure and the EVITP certification, Phoenix should lead the way in electric vehicles. My sincere hope is that today's roadmap sets us down the path toward the most electric vehicle-friendly city in the country, and I'm sure that we will continue to have the equity conversations that are very well needed, so we can make sure that everyone is able to get to that place. But with that, I just want to thank everyone again for their leadership and hoping to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any additional council member comments? Councilwoman O'Brien.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I just would also like to express my gratitude to Councilwoman Ansari's forward thinking for how we would invest some of our government dollars that in a way that follows the market. I appreciate the education on this subject matter and look forward to how Phoenix moves us into the future in this area. Thank you again for her and the committee's work.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And we do have several members of the public to comment. So we'll go to them in the motion. We'll go to them in a moment. I want to thank Councilwoman Ansari again, as well as Karen Peters, Mark Hartman, Karen Apple, and all involved in the work to facilitate the meetings of the ad hoc and the subcommittees for a total of 4 meetings per month over the last 10 months. So it was a very significant commitment of time, energy, and intellect. And we really appreciate all 14 members of the committee for lending their expertise to us and continuing to advise the city as we get feedback on the draft report. I hope that the stakeholders are excited about this vision as we bring it to fruition. It's quite a future in front of us. We expect about 280,000 EVs on Phoenix roads by 2030, and it is essential that we start acting now to identify the infrastructure and make sure we are ready. Really do join my colleagues in appreciating the focus on equity and making sure our charging infrastructure is available in all areas of our city, including those that wouldn't necessarily be served by market forces. I appreciated Lisa's comments on the equity focus, including e-bikes and e-scooters. We have some areas of our city, for example, when I represented Eastlake, there, because of the leader of one individual in particular, huge interest in e-bikes and that type of charging infrastructure, which can be combined with public charging infrastructure for cars. Also really like looking at programs like the Minneapolis car sharing programs, which we might be able to replicate and expand on and make sure more people have access to electric vehicles, even if they don't own their own vehicle. This comes at a time when there is a significant influx of resource, more than $7 billion, thanks to the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, the bipartisan legislation passed by Congress. So that will give us a great chance to accelerate our own investments here. And we'll need for the city to be prominently involved as the state develops our electric vehicle plan and make sure that we get our fair share of national electric vehicle infrastructure dollars. We want infrastructure throughout our state, but it cannot just be all level 3 charging along freeways. We want level 2 charging in population centers and hope that that will be part of the plan, which is going forward as we speak. It's also important to reiterate that these will not be zero emission vehicles unless the grid is zero emission. And so we have to work closely with our electric company partners. EVs are just one tool for decarbonizing our transportation infrastructure. We are taking an all of above step forward that includes micromobility, our transit system, and active transportation. So a lot of good things happening in Phoenix. We also have great partnerships on the workforce side to make sure we have the most highly trained individuals ready to go into these jobs. And I want to thank our partners in that area, which range from IBEW to our community colleges. It's very exciting to see our community come together and to get so much national recognition for the work we are doing. We do have many partners with us here today to provide testimony, and we will begin with Julian Zepeda, followed by Blanca Abarca. Julian, you are our first speaker on EVs.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Julian Cepeda, community organizer with Chispa, Arizona, and I live in District 4. I'm calling to voice my support for a strong roadmap for electric vehicles for the city of Phoenix. I have taken public transportation since I can remember, and it's something I want to talk about and share with the city council and the city mayor is that the importance of having reliable access to public transportation. The buses are always running late and they never stay on schedule, especially on the weekends when public transportation takes way too long to arrive. And so I hope that the city planners think of people who also go to work on the weekends. And as we talk about the electrification of public transportation, I hope that we also talk about the issue of having reliable transportation. This would make our city less dependent on cars, for sure. So the city often makes plans, right, that either don't get finished or on schedule and excuse me, and end up on the back burner. So I hope that the city council would prioritize creating a permanent staff positions and work with the federal government, employees, and developers and others to get this plan implemented as soon as possible. And I want to take the time also to thank the City Council for listening and the City Mayor as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Blanca is next, followed by Wendy Maldonado.
¿Me escucha? Sigue usted.
¿Sí me escucha?
Sí, señora, la escuchamos.
Pues
Adelante.
muy bien. Okay. Muy buenas tardes tengan todos ustedes. Mi nombre es Blanca Abarca.
Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Blanca Abarca.
Soy miembro de Chispa, Arizona, y vivo en el Distrito 7, exactamente en el sur de Phoenix, desde hace más de 20 años.
Señora,
Estoy llamando.
¿le puedo pedir, señora, si puede hablar un poquito más claro, quizás acercarse más al teléfono y hablar más claro, por favor? ¿Y puede repetir su última declaración?
Bueno, sí. Ahora sí, ¿ya me escucha?
Mucho mejor. Gracias, señora. Adelante.
No, y qué bueno que pasó esto para que también los que están dentro de los miembros del concejal sepan. En esta área también uno de los defectos que tenemos en cuanto a energía también es el acceso a Internet.
And so it's a good thing that this happened here, that this passed, so that way the City Council will know that there is a defect in the Internet.
Bueno, soy miembro de Chispa, Arizona, y vivo en el Distrito 7 desde hace más de 20 años.
I'm a member of Chispa, Arizona, and I live in District 7 for over 20 years.
Y estoy llamando aquí para expresar mi apoyo a una ruta sólida para vehículos eléctricos para la ciudad de Phoenix.
And I'm calling in here so that I can show my support for electric vehicles in the city of Phoenix.
Les hago saber que los he estado escuchando y me da gusto saber que también tienen esa mentalidad de que necesitamos energía limpia, accesible y renovable para todos.
And I want to let you know that I've been listening here, and I'm very happy to hear that you're talking about clean and renewable energy.
Ya es hora de que Phoenix y Arizona sean pioneras en energía limpia, porque sabemos que la calidad de aire de Phoenix continúa clasificada, pues como uno de los peores de nuestra nación.
And it's about time that Phoenix, Arizona is already thinking about clean energy, because the quality of air here in Phoenix is one of the worst in the country.
Y esa mala calidad de aire es lo que afecta negativamente la salud y la seguridad de nuestras comunidades. ¿Por qué? Porque si hay más contaminación, hay más enfermedades y más niños con asma.
And that also, the fact that the air quality is so bad here, it affects the health and safety of everybody here. And when we have bad air, it affects the health of everybody.
Y debido a esto, y como miembro de Chispa, Arizona, hemos liderado y haciendo un llamamiento para la transición a autobuses escolares eléctricos con nuestra campaña Autobuses Limpios para tener niños más saludables.
And because of this, the fact that as a member of Chispa, we're making a calling out so that we can have more electric school buses. That way our kids could be healthier.
Y creo que sí, es importante también hacer ese que estamos lanzando nuestra campaña limpia y verde, a la vez que hacemos un llamamiento a todos ustedes del Ayuntamiento de Phoenix para que prioricen y agilicen más la infraestructura y el transporte público de vehículos eléctricos.
And I think it is very important that as members of the City Council, that we make out a calling to them that it's a good thing that they're concentrating on clean air and the green energy and focusing on vehicles and creating an infrastructure for this type of vehicles.
Wendy is next, followed by Jess Bristow.
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, Blanca, por escucharnos. I think something that she brought up reminded me of something that we've talked about in another similar space with where the scooters or the bikes might be charging, and the thought that because there's already kind of the infrastructure, both obviously electricity or connectivity, that those can become hotspots. Has that been thought out? And obviously that was her first comment. And if it hasn't, I think that's something maybe we can look into if we're already investing in creating something, that those can become hotspots or something else.
Thank you, Council Member. We can certainly incorporate that into the discussion we're having with the community.
Thank you. Wendy and Jess Bristow after that.
En la línea, señora Wendy.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Wendy Maldonado y soy miembro de Chispa, Arizona.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Wendy Maldonado, and I am a member of Chispa, Arizona.
Soy del Distrito 7 y vivo aquí en Phoenix.
I'm a member of District 7 here in Phoenix.
Estoy llamando para expresar mi apoyo para una hoja de ruta sólida para vehículos eléctricos para la ciudad de Phoenix.
I'm calling to show my support for electric vehicles here in Phoenix.
El ayuntamiento debe garantizar las promesas de equidad hechas en la hoja de la ruta de vehículos eléctricos.
The City Council should guarantee promises in electric bus transportation routes.
Trabajando para proporcionar un sistema de transporte público gratuito para que todos los residentes tengan acceso a la movilidad independiente de su nivel.
And working so that all residents have a free access to transportation working on an even level.
Socioeconómico y para alentar e incentivar una cultura del transporte.
And implementing something that's financially economical and providing incentives.
En nuestra región, hacemos un llamado a nuestro ayuntamiento para que proporcione transporte público al 100% gratuito para el 2035.
And this is for the people in our region. And also, I'm also making a call out to the City Council to provide 100% free transportation for residents by the year 2035.
Yo soy mamá de niños con discapacidad.
I'm a mother of children that have disabilities.
Y para mí es importante de que tengan accesibilidad ellos para el transporte público, tanto para las escuelas como para el transporte público, porque no hay acceso para ellos. Solo están dos espacios para dos sillas de ruedas, pero ¿qué de nuestros niños que no miran? No hay nada para ellos. No miramos tampoco ni letreros, no hay señas, no hay nada para nuestros niños con disabilidades.
And for me, it's very important that they have public transportation, different types of transportation like school buses and the public entities. There's no access for them. There's only 2 spaces, wheelchair spaces. So, and also, what about for blind children? There's not enough signs in the city.
los niños no verbales, los niños que llegan a ser adultos y que votan para que ustedes estén ahí sentados y representando. Tengo fe que mis hijos, por ser ciudadanos, van a tener acceso al voto. Entonces pienso que lo justo también es de que se les tome en cuenta a ellos. Hay personas que no hablan, que no miran, que no tienen alguna parte
Ya se le
de su
terminó el
cuerpo que
tiempo,
no
señora.
les funciona.
And so also kids, the nonverbal kids that will be turning into adults, they also have a chance to have a say in voting since they are citizens. And I have faith that they will be voting on your seats that you are presently filling right there. And so it's fair to take these people into account.
Thank you. Jess is next, followed by Tamara Reed.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Jess. I am also a Phoenix resident, and I'm definitely in support of electric vehicles. However, I think a big gap in this plan is that it focuses a lot on individualism, focuses on individuals buying electric vehicles. And if this plan is really going to be a response to the climate crisis that we're experiencing, we need to focus on community solutions, focusing on public transportation, and making public transportation center to this goal of equity. What does it mean to have equity within a plan like this for electric vehicles? And so I do think that there's a huge gap in understanding how, or the implementation of having 100% electric public transportation that is reliable, that is efficient, that gets people to A to B quickly, and also reduces the emissions overall of the city. And it sounded like when y'all were talking, increasing the number of cars that we have on the road, really. But realistically, we're going to want to decrease the cars that we have on the road. And so we should be incentivizing people to use public transit. And so, that's, I think, the big thing that I would want to see more of is how are we centering public transportation in this plan so that we can, change the behaviors of, our communities and how people are moving around in our city. Our city is very car-centric. And so how do we shift away from that and focus on public transit? I think those are my comments.
Thank you. Tamara is next, followed by Richard Singler.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello. Thanks for allowing me to speak. My name is Henara Ruiz. I am also a member of Chispa, Arizona. I live in District 8, and I'm in South Phoenix. I want to really support this roadmap, but I also want to support the comments of my colleagues who spoke before. I am concerned about climate change, of course, and the heat that's going up here and the air quality, because I have asthma and I really struggle some days. I also wanted to share a quick story that I purchased an electric vehicle. It was used. I got it at an affordable price about 6 months ago, but I don't have realistic places to charge it. So I have Cesar Chavez Park, which is nearby, and that is wonderful that that's there. But as far as South Phoenix goes, there's almost nothing else. I don't have the capacity to set up a charger at where I live. So I want to support that. I also want to support what Jess just said too about public transit, but maybe there just needs to be a balance of options for everyone. And I know that the people in the neighborhood where I live they can't just go buy an electric vehicle, and maybe they don't want to. Maybe we need to increase public transit options that are green. what else did I want to say? Oh, there's also a lot of misinformation out there. Just in talking with people about how clean are electric vehicles and, you know, just the whole process. And so I really support the education and awareness part of the plan as well. I think that's about it for me. And I want to thank, oh, there I am, I'm out of time. Thank you very much for your time. And thank you to everyone who's worked on this.
Thank you. Richard is next, followed by Ben Lewis.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hello?
can. Hello.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Richard Sigler. I live in Phoenix in District Number 8. And I'm just calling to say that I support the electric vehicles and putting in the infrastructure for them. Obviously, electric is the future and it's happening now. And I believe that when President Biden's request for EV infrastructure in the Build Back Better plan happens, these charging stations being built around the country will encourage people more to buy EVs, because who's going to buy an EV if they can't go to the next state to visit their family? So I'm saying that I think that that will help a lot, and so I think that we also need to install them in our city here, obviously. And the only other thing I wanted to say was also I believe EVs in the short term are going to start becoming much more cheaper and higher quality at the same time, because I believe that this investing in the infrastructure will make the price go down on EVs, because a lot more people will be willing to buy them. The only other thing I wanted to say was that I believe that every new city vehicle that is purchased should be replaced by an electric vehicle, because there's no sense putting money into something which is going to be obsolete in 3 or 4 years. So I think that's what I had to say. Thank you. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you so much. Our final public comment will be from Ben Lewis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I want to say that I am mostly here to agree with what my council person, Laura Pastor, Vice Mayor Pastor said, Councilmember Garcia said, Councilmember Betty said, but this equity plan, in this plan, makes a key presumption that people in underserved communities own where they live. And the problem with all of these city investments is that it will drive up property values and displace more people through advanced rents. Basically, 200,000 cars right now, you're looking at less than 10% of the vehicles on the road in Phoenix. Those 10% of cars will be owned by the upper middle class, because that's how this technology trickles down. And you're just going to encourage people who have more money to live to South Phoenix and find cheap real estate there. And the people who live there now are not going to be able to afford to stay in the communities they live in. And so if that's not something that's considered or addressed, this plan is just a handout to developers, especially considering that you already state that an EV charger is easier to put into a new building. I mean, basically all of that equity is going to go to somebody who's doing subdivisions and not people who already live there. So that's one thing. Second, I stand by all of the statements made prior about the public transportation system. We currently don't have to put batteries into buses, which are the worst environmental part of electric vehicles. And at this point, we're making electric vehicles that go 500 miles because that's what rich people want to buy. But as stated earlier by our own people, you only go 25 miles a day. So we're just wasting all of this battery capacity to make sure rich people feel good when they're going on vacation. And then lastly, we shouldn't give profits to a for-profit company by just letting them give us chargers. We should own what we have. That's ridiculous. As a city, we should own our own chargers.
That concludes our public comment. I will turn back to our chairwoman of the ad hoc committee, Councilwoman Ansari.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take another opportunity to really offer my immense thanks and praise to everyone who's been involved in this process. First and foremost, thank you, Mayor Gallego, for your leadership and for appointing this committee. Thank you so much to city staff, Karen Peters, Mark Hartman, and Karen Apple, who I don't know where she's sitting. She's right back there. Have been absolutely amazing throughout this process. And as has been mentioned several times, this ad hoc had 3 subcommittees in and of itself, so it wasn't a joke in terms of the amount of time and effort that was put in by those who were charged with running it. So I'm immensely grateful to them. I also want to thank city staff in all departments across the city of Phoenix who took part in these meetings, from planning and development, transportation, economic development, public works. Everyone took part and was part of it, especially the subcommittee that focused on the leading by example piece and the city of Phoenix transitioning its own fleet. I also want to thank my own team. Everyone on my team was involved in this in some way, shape, or form, but Aaron Kane, my policy director, truly worked nonstop on all of this work, and I'm very grateful for that. And of course, the ad hoc committee members, Karen, Clark, Lisa, and the 11 other committee members, thank you for volunteering your time. You were not getting paid for this, but you provided your expertise and your knowledge and your passion, and we're incredibly grateful. Karen mentioned this, but we had a group that truly ran the gamut of expertise, whether it was energy experts, industry leaders, environmental justice advocates. It was exactly the right kind of group to put together the comprehensive roadmap that we need. But again, this is just the rough draft. We're not passing this policy today. Right now, we are actually beginning the public engagement process. And I think hearing from folks today was already very encouraging in terms of the great kind of feedback we're going to get. I think we will be having 40 different public outreach opportunities over the next couple of months, and then really taking that feedback on and hopefully have a solid final product in June that we can vote on, and then move forward with implementation. So thank you again, everyone. I'm very excited that we were able to discuss this today, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you again to the committee.
Can I make one comment before we go?
Vice Mayor.
There were some comments made, and I really want to make sure that staff is working collectively across the board, as Councilwoman Ansari has stated, and thank, in particular, transportation, and some of the comments that were made about encouraging light rail, bus system, multimodal, and not really putting more cars onto the streets. I think it's a fine balance that we're going to have to do. We're not there yet. We're trying to get there, but I think that's critical on how we move forward. And so I just want to make sure I'm sure Councilwoman Ansari will make sure that transportation's involved in the whole process. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. With that, we will give our thanks to our EV team and give them a moment to clear from the table. And again, we appreciate the ad hoc, the staff, and our community for being involved. Agenda item number 2 is American Rescue Plan Second Tranche Strategic Plan, and I'll turn to Jeff Barton, our city manager.
Mayor, members of the council, if you could give us a few moments to get situated here. This is going to be kind of a game of musical chairs. So Mayor, members of the council, good afternoon. Today we're here to discuss a list of proposed programs that have been developed to address issues encountered over the last 2 years as we've carefully and strategically navigated the impact that COVID-19 had on our city. The proposal before you today represents the second conversation we've had regarding the second tranche of ARPA funds totaling approximately $198 million. In January, we presented you with a menu of options that exceeded available resources by over $80 million. Today's proposal has been refined and reduced. However, it still requires your direction, guidance, and insight to align within the available resources. This means reducing the proposed programs by approximately $14 million. The programs that we will discuss with you today have been carefully selected based on feedback and direction with each of you and based on each program's ability to satisfy one of the 4 ARPA protocols referenced in the Treasury guidance and based on our ability to deploy resources before Treasury considers recapture of unspent and uncommitted resources post-December 31, 2024. Assisting me in today's presentation will be Samantha Tavares, Special Projects Administrator from the City Manager's Office, Titus Matthew, Housing Director, Nicole Aguila, Assistant Human Services Director, Chris Mackey, CED Director, Rita Hamilton, City Librarian, David Handula, Director of Office of Heat Response and Mitigation, Spencer Self, Neighborhood Services Director, Cynthia Aguilar, Parks and Recreation Director, Kenny Knudsen, Street Transportation Director, and Roseanne Albright from OEP. Before we begin today's presentation, I'd first like to remind you of some of the things that we've accomplished over the last 2 years using federal stimulus dollars. First and foremost, the first amount of resources that we received was early in the pandemic, the Coronavirus Relief Fund. We received approximately $293 million. Those funds were completely expended in the calendar year 20, and we did close that grant out. A few highlights of things that we use those funds on include the community investment programs such as the Small Business Assistance Program, the first version of rent, mortgage, and utility assistance, distance learning, Wi-Fi access, our food delivery services, making sure that our community and our staff had PPE, and our COVID-19 testing vans and vaccination events. We also received additional funds to support and augment our community's ability to pay their rent under the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. To date, the city has received the following allocations. First, we received $51.1 million in ERA 1. We also received another $55.3 million in ERA 2 funds, and under the first tranche of ARPA, you allocated approximately $4 million in ARPA funds to assist and augment ERA, specifically addressing those individuals and households that were above the 80% median income. The city has also received, as a result of our ability to deploy these funds, the Treasury has also given us $35 million in additional ERA 1 funding that was recaptured and reallocated from those that were unable to process the funding as fast as they liked. To date, the city has spent approximately $81 million in cumulative ERA funds. This includes providing assistance to over 11,000 households, totaling over 29,000 residents. So as we begin talking to you today about the second tranche, the $198 million, these have been our guiding principles. Number one, to address the areas that have been critically important to you, and also leveraging what we're trying to do in the general fund trial budget. These areas include addressing affordable housing and homelessness, our workforce and education programs, neighborhood sustainability, our food system program, which has been one of our favorite programs and one of our most successful programs, as well as continue our community testing and vaccination events, and also our city, making sure that city operations can continue running despite the challenges that COVID has placed upon us. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, the current list of programs that we're going to walk you through today is over by approximately $14 million. And I'm not asking you to make hard decisions today. We will glean from your feedback and your discussion which programs you would like us to continue moving forward as we finalize this plan before it's finally and formally adopted. There will be a request today for 2 actions. These actions are time sensitive, just given the nature of what we're trying to accomplish and the time that staff needs to get these things ready to move forward. And again, as I mentioned, the goals of this allocation and this proposal that we're discussing with you today are to ensure that our funds are exhausted before federal recapture deadline of December 31, 2024, and also looking to make sure that we do hit one of 4 priorities as expressed by the Treasury in their guidance. I'll now turn it over to Sam Tavares, who will walk you through the eligible uses of ARPA.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. We wanted to provide a review of the ARPA guidelines specifically to the eligible use categories. So in previous presentations, per the U.S. Treasury, there are 4 eligible use categories that describe how funds can be used. This includes support for public health expenditures by funding COVID-19 mitigation efforts, responding to the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts on residents and businesses, responding to workers performing essential work by providing premium pay, and lastly, to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. You've already approved the first tranche of programs back in June, so we wanted to provide an overview of those current programs. As of March 31st, about $75 million of ARPA funds have been expended. That's about 40% of the first allocation of $198 million. Some of the programs include community testing and vaccine distribution, where we administered over 100,000 tests and nearly 15,000 vaccines. The U.S. Vets and Veteran Relief Hotel improvements. Utility and rental assistance program. If you remember, this is where we allocated $4 million to assist those households that make above 80% AMI. To date, we have assisted 84 households. The Deferred Payment Arrangement Program, which is assisting residents paying their city services bill. The Landlord Incentive Program, which has been extremely successful, and you'll hear more about that from our housing director. The Business Assistance and Small Business Workforce Programs. The Family Assistance Resource Program. The Arts and Culture Stabilization Grants, which have provided 87 grants to date. And finally, the successful Phoenix Resilient Food System Program, which you'll hear about the thousands and thousands of meals that they have prepared and delivered to Phoenix residents from Roseanne Albright. I'll now return it back over to Jeff Barton.
Thank you, Sam. Mayor, members of the council, before we actually get into today's proposal, I do want to recall and remind you of the items that you've actually taken early action on as we anticipated receiving these funds sometime next month. First and foremost, you authorized $29 million to provide employees, City of Phoenix employees, part-time and full-time employees with premium pay. You also gave us the green light to cover the COVID-19 healthcare related expenses that we incurred as a direct result of COVID. These are both paid for out of our healthcare trust and our workers' compensation program. This actually is a benefit to our taxpayer, because if these funds were not used for this particular purpose, these funds would be borne by the general fund and all of our other funding sources that fund our departments. We also got your approval early on a couple of months ago to add additional $15 million for better health and community outcomes. This was making sure that our testing vans had the resources that they needed to continue for the duration of next fiscal year. This is something that we are currently revisiting, especially given the drop in the number of individuals seeking to utilize this service. As of next week, we will reduce the footprint of what this looks like, so there's possible that this could actually go down. However, I do want to caution folks that we are seeing cities across the country that are starting to experience some amount of spiking as a result of the virus. We also did ask initially for $10 million for combating COVID kits. These were where we were trying to supply Phoenix residents with test kits, masks, as well as information about how to handle the virus. We did not need all $10 million, so we did restore $5 million back into the pot that we are talking about here today. And then a few weeks ago, you did authorize an advanced authorization of $2.6 million to set up a temporary shelter down the street on Washington Street, and we'll discuss that a little bit more in today's presentation as well. So when we add all of this up, we have our $198 million, subtracting from that $79.6 million. That leaves us with $118.4 million. And so today you will hear from the team that we've got assembled, and again, give us a few moments because we will have to change several times throughout this presentation our seating configuration. But first and foremost, as you know, the point-in-time count and our street count of our unsheltered population, as well as the rapid rise in the cost of housing in Phoenix, both of those are on the rise. So our largest allocation is roughly $70.5 million to assist in our affordable housing and homelessness programs. Of this amount, $2.6 million was already approved. Our next largest program allocation would be for workforce and education. That's about $30.8 million. And in that program, you'll hear from 4 departments that have 11 programs proposed. Also, neighborhood sustainability, approximately $26.9 million. That represents about 7 programs with 6 departments. And then finally, again, our standalone program, our Resilient Food System, which is represented by our OEP and Roseanne Albright. That's a $7 million allocation, but that program has multiple components to it. So Mayor, members of the council, as we move forward, I'm going to now turn it over to Titus Matthew, who will walk through housing's allocations or proposals, which span about 5 programs in 2 different categories.
Thank you, City Manager, and Mayor and members of City Council. Thank you for having us this afternoon. Today, the Housing Department is going to propose 3 items for your consideration under the category of affordable housing and homelessness. The Housing Department proposes an allocation of $12 million for the Affordable Housing Program for the creation and preservation of affordable housing units. Funds would be provided as gap financing to developers in exchange for an agreement to keep units affordable for a time certain. This program will help address the need for additional affordable housing units as outlined in the Housing Phoenix Plan approved by Council in 2020. The use of funds for this proposal is pending revised Treasury guidance on loans and grants. In addition, the Housing Department proposes an allocation of $5 million that would provide acquisition subsidy, rehabilitation subsidy, and down payment assistance funding for a community land trust provider, or CLT as it's commonly referred to. A CLT creates permanently affordable housing by acquiring and holding land while selling only the home and improvements to a low-income family. The target group would be Phoenix residents earning less than 80% of the area median income. Funding for this program will allow for the implementation of a citywide CLT program as outlined in the Housing Phoenix Plan. In addition, this recommendation is subject to pending revised Treasury guidance on loans, grants, and subsidies. Finally, under this category, the Housing Department proposes an allocation of $4 million in additional funds to continue the Landlord Incentive Program at $2,000 per Housing Assistance Payment Contract, or HAP contract. The Landlord Incentive Program incentivizes property owners to make the private market rental units available to Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher holders. Through this program, a landlord receives a monetary incentive payment for executing a 12-month HAP agreement. And to date, Mayor and Council, we have added 170 new landlords to the program. Under the category of workforce and education, we have 2 proposals. The first proposal is an allocation of $3 million in funds to further our digital equity efforts and help close the digital divide by expanding the Wi-Fi and broadband access, building the connectivity infrastructure to provide free-to-tenant and visitor internet access at public housing sites, the choice neighborhood community sites, and other housing sites as well. In addition, the Housing Department proposes an allocation of $1.5 million to continue Wi-Fi and tablet services for the seniors and youth in public housing households to further our digital equity efforts and help close the digital divide. This request will include user support and training, additional tablets if needed, data and device management services for up to 1,600 tablets that were purchased for the youth and seniors in public housing with CARES Act funds in 2020. The current Wi-Fi services begin to expire in June of 2022. Approval of this item will extend the service for another 2 years. This concludes my presentation, and at this time, I'm turning over the presentation to Nicole Aguila, Assistant Human Services Director.
Thank you, Titus. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the Council. I am Nicole Aguila, I'm the Assistant Human Services Director, and today I'm here to present 8 items for your consideration under 3 strategic plan areas: affordable housing and homelessness, workforce education, and neighborhood and sustainability. Is that better? Okay. Under affordable housing and homelessness, HSD is proposing $26.5 million for projects that include 3 major areas. One is Talisa Hotel, to be operated by a nonprofit for bridge and transitional housing, including wraparound services. The second is to purchase a hotel for the use of long-term housing, including wraparound services. And the third is for the operation of a pocket emergency shelter, to be operated by a nonprofit, including wraparound services. HSD's second proposal is for $16 million for heat response and temporary shelter. As Jeff mentioned, on March 29th, this body approved $2.6 million for heat relief programming at the property located at 2739 East Washington Street. This additional funding request would support continued operation for the respite shelter beginning November of 2022 through December of 2024, as well as providing funding for potential one-time costs to provide infrastructure improvements that may be needed for the expanded operation. Further, we are requesting $6 million for the St. Vincent de Paul. This funding would be used to build up to 100 new transitional housing beds adjacent to St. Vincent de Paul's Watkins shelter and will include wraparound services. Furthermore, under this category, we are proposing $1 million for a homeless youth reunification program. These funds will provide housing and social support, as well as allowing youth to be reconnected to family and friends, pay for housing deposits, move-in costs, and unexpected barriers that prevent youth from exiting homelessness. Under the Workforce and Education bucket, the Human Services Department is requesting $5 million for tuition assistance program. As a reminder, this initiative was discussed as an option at the January 6th work study, and staff brings it back for your consideration again today. The proposed tuition assistance program would include contracting with Maricopa Community College Foundation to partner with social service agencies to provide gap financing to students attending 2- and 4-year colleges or trade schools. The proposed program would fill the gap between the amount eligible students would need to pay after receiving federal student aid. The program would also provide wraparound services to address barriers to addressing post-secondary education. Based on a very recent discussions that were being had, it is likely that this program will be administered by Chris Mackey in Community Economic Development rather than in Human Services Department. Human Services Department is also proposing $2 million to partner with St. Joseph the Worker, whose mission is to connect with those experiencing homelessness with quality jobs. Their Workforce Village program is an innovative program that couples 3 months of free housing with job placement assistance and opening checking accounts and savings account, classes on budgeting and financing, credit repair, and planning for long-term goal setting. The goal is to create a foundation for those experiencing homelessness to obtain sustainable employment and housing. Okay. We are also proposing $800,000 in support of Starfish Place. Starfish Place is a housing model designed to provide housing and wraparound services for individuals and families impacted by human trafficking. Funding will pay for child care for residents at Starfish Place who are searching for employment, as well as provide child care costs for up to 1 year for residents once they secure employment, with the goal of creating an opportunity for residents to secure and maintain stable employment to transition from Starfish Place to permanent housing. And finally, under Neighborhood and Sustainability, the Human Services Department is proposing $3.5 million. This program will provide additional funding to the International Rescue Committee to continue providing services to refugee and asylee community. The IRC is responding to the urgent Afghan refugees currently and preparing for the potential Ukrainian refugees in the near future. Additional funding provides capital resources for the IRC to expand their footprint and support programmatic needs, such as the IRC to provide medical care to refugees and to increase case management services. And with that, that ends our proposal, and I will turn it over to Christine Mackey.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the Council. I am here today to talk to you about the items from the Community and Economic Development Department. Our first item in the category of workforce and education is an additional $12.4 million for Digital Divide. It is the Phoenix Deck, the Digital Education Connection Canopy, of which the plan, as you've heard, is to install digital connection for education purposes throughout the entire 182 square mile area that's serviced by Phoenix Union High School District. We have finished the installation in the 4-mile proof of concept area to great success. The technology has been tested and proven, and Alhambra is deploying in the market now, as is Cartwright Elementary School. We had a little bit of slowdown in our deployment. We had some supply chain issues in getting the individual device technology for each of the schools, but we're up and moving now with 250 devices currently being issued to students and tested. We'll then move into the additional area and additional school districts following the areas of most need. So we've categorized those areas by census tract, those students that are the lowest income on free and reduced lunches, as well as the areas we've been able to track through the census information showing those without Wi-Fi. We're following those students who received hotspots in those particular areas and starting with those students, because those that have received hotspots clearly did not have automatic internet connection. So as we continue to move forward, we will be able to deploy this in a much more effective and efficient manner now that our testing is done and we're up and moving. You'd be interested to know that as the school districts are calling for their students to get connection, the parents are a little bit incredulous that someone is offering them something for free. They want to know what the catch is, and they want to know what's happening. So it's been interesting to see the school district resources explain to the parents that this is something that the city council and the school districts have worked on together, and that's been really interesting and fun to see. Community and Economic Development is also requesting proposing an additional $3.5 million for our Kmart project. That is a project that we've been working on for 2 years now. Council has authorized $15 million to date for the project. We are proposing an additional $3.5 million. We will be bringing this item forward to City Council for your consideration on purchase at your Wednesday, April 20th meeting. And then we would propose the additional $3.5 million so we can purchase the building and immediately start renovation work in partnership with our partners, Arizona State University, Westmec, and the community colleges. This is to provide educational services in the area surrounding the building at Northern and I-17, particularly for the Maryvale area and our areas of town that have experienced extensive unemployment rates and dropout rates among our high school students, and bringing them strong educational and job opportunities. We would also bring one of our workforce centers into the building to help their students and their parents with jobs. Staff is proposing an additional $500,000 towards our $1 million idea that the city had in winning its Bloomberg grant for a mobile career unit. Councilman Guardado, at your event in Maryvale this past weekend, the mobile career unit was on site. And what it allows is the opportunity to bring the mobile career unit to the employees looking for jobs instead of having to come to downtown Phoenix or to one of our one-stops. We bring the services to them. The additional funding would allow for virtual reality, enhanced job search, resume writing, and other software resources within our mobile career unit. In the category of neighborhood sustainability, Community and Economic Development is proposing $2 million towards the vacant storefront commercial program that would be housed inside of qualified census tracts here in the city of Phoenix. It would allow some of our older retail and other commercial centers to receive new investments in the public areas, including sidewalks, in landscaping, in signage, in streets, to really allow a reinvestment within those particular areas in some of our underserved and qualified census tracts. Mayor, members of the council, with that, I will turn it over to City Librarian Rita Hamilton. Rita?
The library is very happy to be here today to talk to you about some expanded services. So good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. Our first item is $1 million for increasing the capacity of College Depot by repurposing space on the second floor of Burton Bar Library to create meeting pods for students to meet one-on-one with college access advisors and access tutoring resources. We would also add a classroom to host GED classes provided by community partners. Nonprofits and educational institutions need community space to host GED prep in English and Spanish for adults and students on evenings, weekends, and in the summer. We also provide college entrance exam support to students from schools throughout the city. The library is the ideal location for these services due to its accessibility year-round. Our second item is $600,000 for Wi-Fi hotspot support. Broadband services are needed for educational, professional, and personal livelihood needs. In early 2021, the library launched a device lending program which includes 900 Wi-Fi hotspots. Our hotspot lending program offers free access to the internet and is very popular. The funding proposed through ARPA 2 would support the ongoing service subscription costs of broadband access for the library's Wi-Fi hotspots. And finally, $500,000 to help get the bookmobile up and running. In the first round of ARPA funding, the library purchased a bookmobile with the initial primary service location to be on property owned by the library at 67th Avenue and Lower Buckeye Road. This request in Phase 2 would allow us to provide lot improvements, such as adding pavement, lighting, restrooms, and a secure garage to house the bookmobile. Thank you. Next is Dr. Handula with the heat response and mitigation.
Thank you, Rita, and thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to be here to share concepts for 3 programs that address the community focus area of neighborhood sustainability. These programs will help us take major steps toward the goals in our Climate Action Plan, our Heat Response Plan, the Tree and Shade Master Plan, and our Tree Equity Pledge with American Forests. These proposed programs also support other local and regional plans, including the neighborhood-based heat action plans produced from the Nature's Cooling Systems Project. Our first proposal is to fund a residential tree equity accelerator. There are stark disparities in tree coverage in our city that closely track with income and other indicators of social vulnerability. The Tree Equity Accelerator will fund trees for residents' yards, for the public right-of-way, and for schools in our low tree equity neighborhoods. At this funding amount, we would be able to triple the tree canopy coverage in 15 of the city's lowest tree equity neighborhoods, bringing them from a very low number of 3.5% at present to the citywide average of about 10.5%. A piece of this program that we're particularly excited about is the creation of a corps of 60 paid community foresters who will be trained to be neighborhood-based champions to ensure that trees can grow to maturity. We're also very thankful to have had support from NASA-funded students over the past 10 weeks who have completed a technical analysis that will help us hit the ground running with this program in terms of community engagement, program design, and federal reporting. Our second proposal is to invest in engineered shade for the public right-of-way. As we know you appreciate, Mayor and Council, there are places along our city sidewalks and other pedestrian corridors where tree planting is simply not an option due to utility conflicts and other constraints. And the trees that we are planting, and we're planting many of them, will take time to grow. We can invest in engineered solutions to help create more shade in the city right now that will make walking and using public transportation safer and more attractive. This is also a great opportunity to integrate art into our public infrastructure. We're proposing to team up with our Office of Arts and Culture to commission local artists to design freestanding shade structures that would be placed in the public right-of-way. These structures would be placed in neighborhoods with low current shade coverage on highly used pedestrian corridors. At this funding amount, we estimate that we could design, build, install, and maintain 250 structures, 25 in each of 10 neighborhoods. We'd of course engage with relevant departments to ensure that the appropriate engineering specifications, including ADA considerations, are built into the design and fabrication process from the start. A third proposal related to heat response and mitigation is to expand the city's weatherization program for the next 3 years. COVID-19 helped reinforce how important it is to have safe and comfortable home environments. And our Neighborhood Services Department has a significant role in our city's efforts to keep homes cool, safe, and energy efficient through our weatherization program. To introduce this item, I'm pleased to welcome Spencer Self from Neighborhood Services.
Thank you, Dr. Hondola. Mayor and City Council, we are proposing $4.5 million for weatherization efforts to reduce the financial burden and health impacts of our harsh summer heat, which disproportionately impacts some of our most vulnerable neighborhoods. These funds will allow us to replace poor or non-functioning air conditioning systems, install or increase insulation, seal ductwork, and provide other supporting and energy efficiency work to up to 200 additional homes over the next few years based on our average cost of $20,000 per home. Although I will note we have seen an increase in construction-related costs, which may decrease that total number. If approved, we would select targeted qualified neighborhoods to make a concentrated impact using data such as heat maps, the expertise of our heat office and university partners, and of course, City Council input. For the next items, I'm pleased to introduce our Parks and Recreation Director, Cynthia Aguilar.
Good afternoon. The Parks and Recreation Department is proposing $2.9 million in Arpa funding in support of neighborhood sustainability. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, residents turned to parks and outdoor park amenities in record numbers. The Parks Department is proposing to use Arpa funding for a variety of park improvements that will further help promote access to positive outdoor recreation opportunities in parks located in qualified census tracts throughout the city. This includes the addition of new adaptive playgrounds and/or adaptive playground elements to increase playground accessibility for all youth, improvements to athletic courts, which could include court resurfacing efforts and/or the conversion of underutilized courts to an amenity the community would use more frequently, and installation of additional Walk Phoenix paths and fitness stations to increase accessibility to free fitness opportunities. These improvements would have a long-term significant impact in underserved communities throughout the city and would help further activate our parks in meaningful ways. With that, I will turn it over to our Street Transportation Director, Kenny Knudsen.
Thank you, Cynthia. The Street Transportation Department is proposing $5 million in green infrastructure and mobility improvements in the neighborhood sustainability area. The funding would be applied to a specific project along 5th Street and Durango Street that has been identified as an opportunity to utilize green infrastructure solutions to address flooding and drainage issues and mobility needs in this neighborhood. The project is located in identified Transportation 2050 mobility area and is adjacent to both the 3rd Street pedestrian and bicycle corridor project currently in the planning stages and the city's federal RAISE project grant application. The project would utilize green infrastructure improvements such as bioswales and pervious concrete sidewalks within the scope of the project. It is important to note that if this is funded with the second tranche of ARPA, this would be the first Street Transportation Department project to utilize both bioswales and pervious concrete sidewalks in public right-of-way. I'll now turn it over to Roseanne Albright.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The Office of Environmental Programs is proposing a total of $7 million for the Phoenix Resilient Food System Initiative to continue and enhance existing programs that have served COVID-impacted families, people living in food deserts, and communities of color by providing meals and food boxes, empowering people to grow their own food, developing new community gardens and existing gardens, creating market opportunities for our local farmers, preserving farmland, providing job training that grows our next generation of farmers, and developing new worker cooperative business models that encourage entrepreneurship. All of this is contributing to the creation of a local food system that can adapt to future shocks, whatever those might be. So just to give you a highlight of some of those programs we are proposing, the Backyard Garden Program has been extremely popular, with more than 400 applications received for 92 garden installations that we had available in the first year. This request would double the number of gardens to 200 And we have also requested funding for a food waste and composting education project that will be offered to backyard garden participants and open to other residents as well. This combination of growing food and reducing food waste, we think, is going to be a win for all of those participating. The Farmland Preservation Program funding has been increased to allow for additional properties to be preserved for agricultural use. We recently closed on Myers Farm, a well-known 3-acre farm in South Phoenix, and have additional applications pending. Our food system transformation grants, which were formerly under 2 separate programs, are now combined to serve all areas of the food system. To illustrate the need, in the first round of the Resilient and Sustainable Grants, we had $245,000 available. We received 29 applications for $1.7 million in funding requests, so there is a lot of demand out there for grant funding. The Agri-Food Tech Incubator grants will enable Phoenix to create the first Agri-Food Tech Incubator in Arizona, with grants for developing new technologies to expand food production that reduces the impact on the environment. Specific technologies such as agrivoltaics, which is a term to describe combining solar technology and traditional farming with the installation of solar panels above plants, which results in cooler daytime temperatures, more moisture in the air, and enables growth year-round with less water usage. So this type of project is really well suited to our climate challenges. Our worker cooperative incubator training program will continue, and we've added dollars for seed funding to help establish those cooperatives that result from the training, and the Farm to Food Banks project strengthens the connections between Phoenix farms and food banks and increases the availability of fresh produce in food boxes. So this benefits our farmers and our residents by increasing access to healthy food. And our emergency food assistance programs to date, using year 1 ARPA funds, have delivered about 136,000 meals and more than 730,000 pounds of food from food banks and pantries. While we recognize that we are in pandemic recovery, we have communicated with our partners on the ground, and they tell us that food assistance is still needed. So we are requesting funding to continue the Funds to Feed program, to continue delivery of food from community and grassroots organizations and school districts. And in closing, I'd like to share a comment from someone that we just received very recently. This person is receiving meals from our Feed Phoenix project, and it really just shows how this work can make an impact. And I quote, "My diabetic eating coach has been so impressed with my numbers lately. I think it is because of these meals. They are teaching me new things to cook that are low cost and healthy, and my kids really like it too." So I thank Mayor and Council members for the support of this program, and I'll turn it back over to Jeff.
Thank you, Roseanne and team. So Mayor, members of the council, we threw a lot at you today. So just again, in summary, affordable housing and homelessness being our largest category with $70.5 million, of which $2.6 you have already authorized. Workforce and education, $30.8 million. Neighborhood sustainability, $26.9. And finally, the resilient food system, which Roseanne just walked you through, at $7 million. Again, we're here today to really seek your feedback and direction on this assortment of programs and services. We're not necessarily asking you to make cuts on the fly because, again, we don't do public math, and I'm not expecting you to do public math either. But we are asking for 2 specific actions that are time sensitive, just given the nature of what it is we're trying to accomplish. One, we're asking that you approve the $13.4 million in additional funding specifically for the 2739 East Washington site so that we can begin that facility. And again, I do want to emphasize that this is an example of partnership. We are partnering with the county on this project as well as other community-based partners to make this a reality. And this program would run for approximately almost 3 years. And then secondly, we're also asking for you to give $3.5 million so that Chris Mackey can close her deal on the 2526 West Northern Avenue project. That's the old Kmart building. However, both of these items have to come back to you for formal action for the individual components. And with that, I'd turn it over to you for questions.
Thank you to our city manager and to the entire team who worked to develop this plan and who's been implementing our all-important rescue items before. We'll begin with turning to the Vice Mayor for a motion on the 2 items that need to go to formal sooner.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to approve staff's recommendation to allocate $13.4 million for capital improvements and ongoing operational costs for the temporary shelter at 2730 East Washington Street. This allocation will fund services from November 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2024. Additionally, allocate $3.5 million for building rehabilitation costs for the property at 2526 Northern Avenue for the Workforce Training Facility and Training Program. Furthermore, direct staff to return to City Council with all contracts related to these two items ASAP as soon as possible. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Appreciate everyone's hard work on this, and I think we should just talk with our community. It could be ever-changing. I was watching national news last night, and they spoke about Arizona being one of 6 states seeing the fastest increase in COVID. So hopefully we do not see a large increase in hospitalizations and other difficult metrics, but we will be nimble, and at least for speaking for myself, responding to COVID will be top priority if we need it. I think those of you who followed us at the last council budget meeting, every single council member spoke about housing and homelessness as a top priority of theirs, and this ARPA plan also reflects that housing affordability is a major priority of this council. So thank you to staff for putting an emphasis in that area, including direct investment into creating and preserving affordable housing, the land trust investments, and wraparound services for those experiencing homelessness, which includes transitional opportunities. We will try to work with our community, including for the 27th and Washington facility, to make sure we are talking with residents about how we can get those who live closest to the facilities an opportunity to have a safe place. I'm excited we continue to invest in digital learning and connectivity. Those are the type of investments that help us get through COVID, but also help a generation of young people. Our investments at the library have been very inspiring. I'm excited about our partnership with IRC and the additional funds included in this proposal, as well as investing in heat. We recently, at this full policy session, spoke about our heat plan, and we are following up with funding to move forward, including our very exciting investments that people will really be able to see in their community in trees. Green infrastructure was a priority of the administration's, and we are making very innovative investments in that area, as well as our food programs. Very excited about our workforce programs, and as we partner with the community college, I hope we'll give priority based on economic development impact and really look at the fields where we have great needs and where students can get high wage careers. Would love to see us continue to include arts in our recovery, and particularly would be inspired if we can couple that with housing to make sure as we create these investments in housing that they are attractive, exciting places to live. I'll turn to council members for comments. Councilwoman Stark.
Thank you, Mayor. I too echo your comments on the proposal. It's great. It covers a lot of very important issues. But I did want to ask maybe Jeff a question. So I got quite a few emails regarding the arts. In particular, one of the art commissioners who lives in District 3 contacted me and said, I hope we can revisit that. I know in the first round, I think we set aside $5 million for arts and culture. So I guess my question is, you said you would continue to monitor the better health and community outcomes, and I know we're starting to see a slight uptick in COVID counts, but is there any possibility that if we continue to remain steady that we might be able to use some of that funding to help the arts community out some more?
Councilwoman Stark, Mayor, members of the council, that is a possibility. The other thing that we are going to be doing over the summer is looking at allocation number one and looking at folks that have not necessarily spent all of their resources, and again, bringing those unspent dollars back to council for possible consideration. So again, as I stated earlier, this proposal today is currently over by $14 million. So any addition to arts would have to also carry with it a corresponding reduction elsewhere.
Absolutely. Yeah, I understand that. I just hope we keep a watchful eye out on the Better Health and Community Outcomes funding. And I also really am very appreciative of what we're doing with our food systems programs. I know that Councilman Waring and I joined forces to try to help the Palomino area, and very excited that we're going to continue some of those programs. Again, overall, great proposals. Very happy to see that we're addressing the needs of our city. And thank you so much. Appreciate all the work you and staff have done, and it has been a lot of work. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilwoman O'Brien and then Councilwoman Guardado.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I would like to echo Councilwoman Stark's thanks and gratitude to the staff. It's been a tremendous undertaking, and a lot of work has gone into it. I would just like to echo my support for the work that we have started and will continue in assisting our folks that are unsheltered and providing them resources, and with the heat mitigation for them this coming summer. And there's just, along with economic development projects, especially over in Councilwoman Guardado's area with the Kmart building and location, that if we can, the more we can do to put those high-paying jobs and train our folks for those high-paying jobs is just really critical to our community. So thank you again for the work, and I look forward to our future discussion on, I guess, whittling this down a little bit. So thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We'll go to Councilwoman Guardado, Councilman Ansari, and then Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, my priority for this second tranche of ARPA funds is to do our best to address the economic impact this pandemic has had on our residents. People have been displaced in both the housing market and workforce. We owe it to our residents to present the opportunity for stability before anything else. We should focus on getting people housed and employed. However, before we look at eliminating or reducing line items from the ARPA proposal, we need to look at where we can potentially pull from other sources to still meet our strategic goals as a city, whether that be from our general fund or grant opportunities. Just last month, I joined some of my colleagues and many of our counterparts from around the valley for the National League of Cities. I had the opportunity to sit down with HUD, our Department of Labor, and others to discuss federal grant opportunities. I know through the Health Streets program, there is $100 million set aside to address urban heat islands that could potentially help to offset ARPA submissions from streets and our Office of Heat Response and Mitigation. Also last week, I met with our Department of Commerce, and they told my team about opportunities for grants through USDA for urban farming projects that could potentially help with our resilient food system programs. In addition, there is money on the table for housing, human services, and workforce training. I know we are actively pursuing these different buckets, but I am certain there are still other opportunities for us to move on. I use these just as examples, but I would ask for Frank, Eric, and our federal lobbying team to take a closer look at this ARPA proposal and see where we may have opportunities to meet the goals set out today. It would be my hope that anything eliminated or reduced in this plan are funded elsewhere. I know that, Jeff, you're not asking us to cut anything today, but I do think that it is important for us to be able to get a report in terms of where we're at, of how many grants have we asked for, what else do we need to ask for, and then also what type of help we can give as council members to help with this process. I know we've been having different meetings with different folks to try to help with this, but I just hope that we're able to make sure that we're also stretching those dollars that are out there before we start having conversations about cutting any of our programs. And whatever I can do or we can do to be helpful, let us know. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Ansari and Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. I feel similarly. I think this is just an incredible set of proposals coming from all across city departments, and truly everything meets a need. So I really want to make sure that we look closely at everything that has been proposed and see that we are also focusing on what these funds are meant to be for, which is to address immediate COVID-19 impacts and not fulfill general fund and bond projects. But to be clear, not to cut anything, but to look at, are there other ways we can fund some of these projects, whether it's through the general budget, general fund set-asides or otherwise. Ultimately, I think we need to keep focus on the crises that keep growing. I'm 100% supportive of everything that's been proposed for housing, affordable housing, homelessness. I have some questions about that a bit later, but definitely supportive of everything that's being put forward, and definitely want to thank Councilmember Garcia and his team for the hard work that's been put in on the site in District 8 that will serve our entire city. So it's really a benefit for all of us. I'm also incredibly excited about some of the new pieces this time around. Tuition assistance, I think, is somewhere where we can make a direct impact as the city of Phoenix. While the state is moving forward with the Arizona program, that's financial assistance for four-year university students, I think Phoenix is in a perfect position to work on a Promise Phoenix program, specifically looking at high school students considering community college and providing wraparound support to ensure that they are successful. We do have a strong pipeline of community colleges and influx of knowledge economy jobs that are waiting to be filled, so we want young, bright people filling these positions. I'm incredibly supportive of the additional support for the refugee community. Talked about this in different settings, but we know that we, are home now to many new Afghan refugees. We'll be home to new Ukrainian refugees and so many others, and we need to ensure that we are showing that we are a welcoming, inclusive city, and one of those ways is by actually providing the same sort of support we want to provide for our for residents who have been here for more years. So very supportive of that. I'm also incredibly excited about the sustainability pieces and the heat relief pieces. I'm happy to see that tree and shade equity, weatherization, and shade structures are still included. I don't see the solar piece in there anymore, and I know that, again, I know these are tough decisions to be made, but definitely supportive of what's still in there. We know that the housing and economic security that many of our residents are facing are not only because of rising housing costs, but costs across the board, including electricity. So each of these programs would provide long-term utility bill savings for low-income families in census-tract neighborhoods. So thrilled about that. And then just two clarification questions that I had. I wanted to ask specifically about housing and homelessness in light of the CCI subcommittee meeting that we had last week where we were presented with the task force recommendations. Have those recommendations been incorporated here in any way? And is there any wiggle room? For example, there was talk about the structured camping as something that's been brought up through the task force. Can that be in that 26 million bucket that we have allocated?
Councilwoman Ansari, Mayor, members of the council, Gina Montes, Deputy City Manager, will answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Ansari. Excuse me, in terms of the task force recommendations, they definitely were incorporated into the request that we put into requesting the ARPA funding. So specifically, they had requested that we prioritize as quickly as possible adding additional shelter beds. And so that is where our focus was in terms of the ARPA request. They also had asked that we take a look at permanent supportive housing, and so that piece we're addressing not as part of the ARPA, but through project-based vouchers that we already implemented and made those available in addition to the gap financing for LIHTC projects.
Thank you, Gina. So I guess more specifically, I'm asking, so I know the 26 million, I'm just wanting to pull up the language. It says includes a lease of a hotel, purchase of a hotel, operation of a pocket emergency shelter. How, like, once we approve that, how set in stone are those three things as opposed to maybe another immediate shelter opportunity?
So that's a very good question, Mayor, Councilwoman Ansari. There is some flexibility built into that because we have a plan and there's a vision in terms of how those different pieces will enable us to move people from homelessness into housing. And so each piece of what we've proposed is a part of that process. However, we still would need to, we have some properties in mind, but we would need to identify what is still available in terms of hotel purchase and hotel lease when the ARPA funds are approved. And so there is some flexibility built in. And once we have the ability to move forward, we'll be moving as rapidly as possible, but we'll have to identify circumstances at that time, and we're hoping it'll be very soon so we can move in that direction.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is for Jeff, and I think Councilwoman Stark was also asking about this. In terms of the leftover funds or money that hasn't been allocated from last year, how quickly, I mean, do you think it would be possible at the next presentation for us to be able to, and even in advance of that, for us to get a sense of what that is at all before we make these decisions around this year's? Because it seems to me that we should be able to, if there's money left over there, we can also use to fund some of these programs.
Councilwoman Ansari, Mayor, members of the council, that's a good question. Unfortunately, what I would say to you is that the first tranche that we allocated, if you think about the time frame in which we approved those programs, so we approved tranche one in early June. Some of those contracts didn't come back to you until November, some in February, and some still have to work their way through. So some of those programs have not honestly had time to mature yet to actually start expending funds. And so that's why I want to do it over the summer when they've had ample time to actually start spending. What I would say to you is I think we need to treat tranche two as a separate entity for right now. And I think I'm listening to all of you, and I hear you. You like the programs that have been presented, and it's difficult to make cuts. Trust me, I know. I've kind of built my career on making those tough decisions. I do think there's a way to kind of reconcile all of this and make it work without having to physically cut anything that you care deeply about. Just give me and staff a couple of more weeks to kind of work through that. And again, this is not the end of this conversation. We will come back to you probably at least once, if not twice, before we actually have final resolution of this.
Got it. Thank you, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I think like my colleagues have said, thank you to staff. I think the innovation that we've seen and what's been asked of you all to do during the pandemic and then do the extra, which is some of this stuff, I think really shows how the city can just be innovative and really respond to community needs. And I think, to me, reflecting on this process has been really important as we think about our general funds as well, of what it actually took to try to support folks during the times of this pandemic. And I hear that, you know, even some projects got left out. I think when we're talking about housing, I know there was the Newcomer Community Center and other folks thinking through other possible solutions, especially for vulnerable populations, especially with asylum seekers and refugees. So I think, first of all, I also want to thank the community folks, because I think a lot of folks, both through our departments and directly through our offices and organizations, gave us feedback on how to use this money. So I want to thank them and their processes as well. There's clearly many gaps that we had before the pandemic, and obviously I think they were highlighted during the pandemic. I think, similar to other folks, I'd like to ask Jeff if staff can bring back different options on how to fund the full proposals, whether it's, you know, some of the federal grants, but even thinking through our general fund and other things, other areas that we might be able to do it, or any other means that we might be able to fund some of this. I know there's a process in which we can trim things, but also we're 5-7 million away. Is there a possibility to look through our general fund as kind of a Phoenix apportation to this process? I think it'd also be really good, and I think some of us have heard it, but to really have a report back on some of the successes, some of the timelines of the contracts, and the use of the last allocation. I know that's kind of what was being asked for, but just kind of getting more details on that hopefully we don't have to make some of those decisions, but I think it'd be helpful as we make those decisions. Last thing, and even when I came into Chambers, I actually sat outside and thanked the folks that came outside. Emilio's family, 2 brothers, I heard them speak about kind of what their family went through. They lost their brother who was having a mental health issue, and there was an incident with the police. And I think through our budget hearings, community roundtables, and obviously today outside, we've been asked to think more about mental and behavioral health. And so I know it's not necessarily here, but I think there, we can't imagine kind of the pain that folks are going through. And I think we hear constant research now coming out of how the pandemic has impacted folks' mental health, but also obviously the drug addiction and other societal issues that we have. I think we've made a great effort with the recent allocation of the Mercy Care, the $9 million we did a while ago, but I'd like to continue the conversation on that issue, especially as we get the public health advisor in place, and just kind of figure out, similar to what we've done with some other programs, how we can make that better. And as we heard in some of our budget hearings, folks demanding, and so folks are outside today, that we make sure that that's equitable, and that process or the capacity for mental health stuff can have some innovation that I think we've seen in other programs, rather than thinking we're just going to use the same old system. So just if we could think through different ways we can do that. And I think it's definitely not trying to do math in public. I appreciate that, because I think it might not look pretty with all of us having such passion for different projects, but I really think maybe there's a way we could fund other all the programs, if we can find other resources to bring. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pastor.
Thank you. I will echo all the comments, in particular, really looking at where there's crossover. I listened to the tree and shade, and I know there's monies in different departments in the tree and shade, and really collaborating and expanding or leveraging our dollars. I see a lot of educational pieces, and in the educational pieces, really working across the board with departments in the educational pieces, because we do have an educational department, and how does that come into play when they're doing same asks that other different departments are asking. And so I think we need to really work as a not that we're not, but really look at our budgets and how we do that. I also know that in the digital divide, we are working with the housing area, or Titus, on how is he going to leverage the digital divide once it's up on the educational track for our housing areas. And at this moment is a moment for infrastructure, but then how do we leverage it even more? I think that's really a long-term vision, but we're building the infrastructure today. It's just important that we're looking at all the dollars. There's a lot of federal dollars and grants out there. And so I'm hoping that, for example, in the digital divide, as we are applying across the board, because there's different collaborators in it, that we apply for all these federal grants, and then we get awarded, so then I can or be able to return the ARPA dollars, or put the ARPA dollars back in to the tranche, and so that we can then put it in other areas. So I think that's very important for staff to understand where we're going with this and hear that that's what we want to do. There's a lot of needs and there's a lot of wants. And what are the needs in order to make this happen within that budget? And what's the longevity of it? So those are my comments, Mayor. I think there's ways that we can work with all the departments to really start leveraging all the different dollars.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do we have additional council member comments? Also wanted to welcome Carmen Cota, who will be providing Spanish translation in addition with Mario. We really appreciate their support. A large number of the people who will be providing comments will be doing so in Spanish, so thank you, Carmen, for helping us. And we typically break after 3 hours, but if it's okay with my colleagues, we might as well just do the break now and then we can go straight through with public comment. Does that work for colleagues? All right, I see some thumbs up. So the council will take a recess and then we will come back with public comment on item number 2. We have completed the public comment on item number 1 for electric vehicles, so we will only be taking public comment on the American Rescue Plan. Thank you so much. We will be back.
Welcome back to the April 12th meeting of the Phoenix City Council. We are on agenda item number 2, which is related to the American Rescue Plan allocations. We'll be about to begin public comment. We will begin with Aaron Rippenkroger from IRC, and staff will call the names beginning with Aaron. Aaron, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gallego, council members, Manager Barton, and city staff. I'm calling to thank the City of Phoenix today for considering this allocation of funding from the American Rescue Plan Act to support services for refugees and asylees across the Phoenix community. Also, a special thanks to Mayor Gallego and Councilwoman Ansari for the recent Nowruz celebration and proclamation held at City Hall. Phoenix has served as a critical location for humanitarian reception of individuals and families fleeing violence and persecution from countries all over the world for decades. At no time in our history has this been more important than now, following the large-scale emergency evacuation of our allies from Afghanistan, the largest effort of its kind since Vietnam, the ongoing policy changes at the U.S.-Mexico border, and now the unfortunate events unfolding in Ukraine. As conflicts and climate change continue to evolve around the world, having in place robust, organized, respectful, reliable, and humane reception systems to assist those forced to flee their home country will be increasingly important for a city as prominent as Phoenix, Arizona in the years to come. In the past 6 months, over 1,500 Afghans were evacuated to Phoenix. They were served through ad hoc temporary housing arrangements and rapid response provision of basic needs, while longer-term housing and integration services can be arranged. In 2021, the Phoenix Welcome Center, with its community partners, served over 35,000 individuals from over 72 different countries, providing all arrivals with a COVID test, humanitarian reception, and assistance with onward travel, providing a vital public health and public safety service for the city. Ongoing support for the Phoenix Welcome Center is critical to ensure sufficient services for refugees and other displaced people transiting through the area. Ongoing temporary housing solutions for refugees, such as a newcomer community center, can also play an important role with consistency and minimizing the inefficiency of repeatedly creating new ad hoc systems to accommodate new arrivals when long-term housing may take longer to obtain. There's also a need to invest more in support services for arriving refugees, case management, legal assistance, employment, health, and community engagement.
Our first speaker will be Anna Hernandez, followed by Benjamin Lewis. Anna, are you on the line?
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, so
there's a
my
little
name
bit of echo.
is resident of Phoenix. And, you know, and as hearing some of the council members speak, you know, we have the funds, as Councilwoman Ansari and Guardado mentioned, when you want to look for other areas to fund everything, you can do it by reducing the police budget, because the excitement that you all show about helping people and helping community members, we all know it's smoke and mirrors. If you really cared about the community members and the residents of Phoenix, you would listen to us when we keep telling you what we need, which is mental health resources and resources for substance abuse. That's why we're out here asking for the $10 million to establish the community-directed committee so we can establish real solutions for our community that doesn't involve policing, that doesn't involve criminalization, because where's that same energy when y'all are trying to save human life, right? Once again, we see the lack of resources that are blocked from the community, and our lives are being losing the lives are being the consequences. Like the Emilio Chamizo, he was killed in Phoenix, and where's the energy from Councilwoman Guardado and Councilwoman Ansari to make sure that this family is getting what they need? Where's that same energy when they need police reports, when they need the cop's name that killed their loved one? Where is the same energy to provide them video footage of what happened? If you really care about protecting the citizens of Phoenix, you would apply $10 million to make this committee so that the community can be centered and be be in charge of what needs to be established for us. We're the ones living in these streets, and we're the ones that have to deal with the consequences that this council makes deliberately by blocking certain resources from us.
Our next speaker is Benjamin Lewis, followed by Stephanie Gonzalez. Benjamin, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may proceed.
Thank you. I am Benjamin Lewis. I am in Vice Mayor Laura Pastor's district. I would like to say that we're all looking for places to find this $14 million, and I hear that and the budget is tight, but I think that we have a duty to examine the impact of our rescue spending and the outcomes of that spending on our community. And one department in particular has seen falling key performance metrics and keeps increasing its funding year over year. Response times have gone up by 46%, and our the past decade it has gone up 46%, and our investment per Phoenician has gone up from $321 per Phoenician up to $415 per Phoenician that same time. Their budget request was recently met to solve their staffing issues, and still their department is too toxic to close the gap on openings and resignations. Almost unbelievably, in one area of particularly poor performance where only 10% of problems are resolved, 1/3 of the causes identified are tied back to department staff willfully disregarding policy and morality. None of them have been fired, and at least 100
Can you
still
please
work for
connect
the
your
city of
comment
Phoenix.
to rescue plan?
Yes, I'm trying to find that $14 million for you. So of the 10% of sexual assault PPD solved last year, 1 in 3 named perpetrators were sworn officers on duty. This is poor fiscal stewardship. So before you dismiss these claims as out there, all of my statistics have been pulled from city open meeting documents and statistics quoted by the police union president, Britt London. As Jeff Barton said, $29 million is going to premium employee pay. Pull all of the premium pay for Phoenix Police Department and take the rest from their general budget. We have to stop paying more for less. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Gonzalez Espinosa. Stephanie, are you on the line?
¿Estás en la línea?
Our next speaker will be
Próximo
Nira
orador.
Sumik, followed by Gladiela Lopez Felix. Nira, are you on the line?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Gallego and council members. My name is Nada Sumik, and I'm a former refugee from Bosnia. My family and I were resettled in the city of Phoenix. Upon our arrival, I remember immediately the housing barriers that we faced. Being placed in a neighborhood that was unsafe, where we did not have access to public transportation and our apartment infested in cockroaches, with my parents unsure on how they were going to pay future rent for us. This was 20 plus years ago. This issue with housing barriers for the refugee community is still prevalent and now more dire than ever before, especially during a time where we are seeing global humanitarian crises play out, such as in Afghanistan and now in Ukraine. And now with the current housing crisis that we face here, incoming refugees are impacted greatly, many of them currently living in temporary housing. This is why we had proposed to the City Council and met with each one of you to fund the Newcomer Community Center. This initiative would not only provide more housing resources for refugees, but alleviate the burden on refugee resettlement agencies, the city, and welcome refugee families with dignity. This is a grassroots community-driven effort being led by former refugees who have lived experience themselves, community advocates, and refugee-serving organizations. It would also provide equal access services to all 4 resettlement agencies in Phoenix. This initiative has gained support from over 100 businesses and community organizations and over 620 community signatures, including state elected officials. I do not know why it was not included today. I want to acknowledge all of these partners, including those such as aviation, who have been instrumental in providing resources and support to the refugee community. It is not their role, but partners like them and other refugee serving organizations have been helping the refugee community. Thank you, and we really hope that the mayor and the city council will listen to us former refugees and advocates to fund the Newcomer Community Center.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Gonzalez, followed by Gladiela Lopez Felix. Stephanie, are you on the line? One moment.
Stephanie, ¿se encuentra en la línea? Stephanie, ¿se encuentra en la línea?
Stephanie, are you on the line?
Stephanie, ¿está en la línea?
Shall we move on?
Seguimos adelante.
Our next speaker will be Christopher Martinez, followed by Mark Angel. Christopher, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
We can hear you. You may proceed.
I'm Christopher Martinez. I live in Laura Pastor's district. So the negative impact that COVID has had on historically marginalized communities is immeasurable. People in these communities have spoken and have overwhelmingly stated that it's imperative for COVID relief money to be used to address this urgent issue. We need $10 million to be invested in a community-driven public health and safety committee to address mental health, in particular, drug addiction. This committee should be run by the community for the community. It should not include police because police are not part of these communities. I understand that the proposed programs are already $14 million over the money you have. But I listed these programs, and although some of them are very worthy, some of them don't have anything to do with COVID. And in particular, they could be money for those programs can be used from the general fund. And I don't see why COVID relief money would be used for, let's say, $2 million for retail commercial businesses for improving storefronts. I don't know where that comes from, but that should not come from this COVID relief money. And if you're looking for money, I think that the bloated police budget can cover some of these programs. So again, I would urge the City Council to address this very serious issue with mental health and drug addiction and find a way to get that $10 million allocated. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Angel, followed by Gladiela Lopez Felix. Mark, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mayor Gallego and members of the City Council. Can you hear me again?
We can hear you, Mark.
Hello. What's up, everybody? It's talking about all the COVID money stuff and all that relationships and all that stuff. And, you know, I was here talking, I'm living District 7, Yazzie place, even though I've been living in this district for like 13 years because I always been far from you. And Mayor Gallego, members of the City Council, you guys rock, and you have all the budgets and all that stuff. And, you know, that is because of that and all that type of stuff and hanging around and the budgeting and all that stuff. And, you know, that my name is Mark Angel Rodriguez. Angel is my middle name. It's because I am son. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can. If you could talk about the American Rescue Plan, please.
Oh, yeah, the rescue plan and all that stuff. And, you know, I always like the rescue plan and helping all the other stuff and all that. And I'm sorry, Mayor Gallego. Are you still on?
Yes, we can hear you.
And also, you guys have a wonderful day. Mayor Gallego, Vice Mayor Pastor, Excelsior.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gladiela Lopez Felix, followed by Connie Phillips. Gladiela, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line. Hi, my name is Gladiela Lopez Felix. I'm a community organizer. And we're out here again asking y'all to put the people first when it comes to creating the budget. The ARPA funds, the ARPA money is for the people and it should be used that way. We're asking you to allocate $10 million of those funds to start a committee that's led by community members to find resources for mental health and actually help people, especially suffering from substance use, without finding a way to criminalize them continuously and also without involving police. And we need y'all to listen to the demands of Emilio Chamizo's family, since they are also here looking for justice for their loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Connie Phillips, followed by Sophia Lopez. Connie, are you on the line?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Hi, good afternoon, or actually good evening. Mayor Gallego and council members, my name is Connie Phillips. I'm the CEO and the president of Lutheran Social Services of the Southwest. And I've come to comment on the need to provide more funding for better housing solutions for refugees. Lutheran Social Services is one of 4 refugee resettlement agencies in the state of Arizona. We provide services for people experiencing homelessness and for children and families as well. We've been resettling refugees since 1970. And while the work of the other 3 refugee resettlement agencies may not be as well known as IRC, it's important to bring up that we're all struggling to meet the needs of the Afghan evacuees, as well as the needs of all the refugees at this time of COVID. Arizona is one of the top 10 resettlement states in the United States, and 2/3 of all the refugees in Arizona initially settle in Phoenix. Refugees bring tremendous contributions, as you know, to our state and to the city. We know their resilience and their hard work, and we also know that their path is filled with roadblocks. We struggle to find affordable and quality housing for newly arrived refugees, especially true for larger families, single mothers, and families with medical needs. Many landlords are unwilling to work with refugee populations, and other refugee clients struggle to understand their tenant rights and responsibilities. So they get placed in subpar housing conditions in challenged neighborhoods where the schools have fewer resources and their access to transportation is impeded. These barriers make it difficult for refugees to move to better housing and become first-time homeowners, which keeps them in a cycle of poverty and poor health. So for these reasons, we support new solutions to provide additional housing for refugees. And one of these programs is the Newcomer Community Center, a program meant to work with all of the refugee resettlement organizations. We hope that enough funding can be allocated to start this project and believe it could provide a niche for vulnerable and medically fragile refugees. We look forward to a continued conversation about how to make better housing solutions for refugees a reality.
Our next speaker is Sophia Lopez, followed by Sarah Webb. Sophia, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
We can hear you.
On February 7th, Emilio Chamizo was killed by Phoenix PD. Instead of celebrating his niece's 11th birthday, we were forced to sit on the curb and wait as they told us that he was being transported to the hospital with life-threatening wounds. But several residents had told us that he was on the streets in a bag with no aid. on 30th Avenue in McDowell. He was struggling from substance abuse and mental health issues, and officers during previous interactions acknowledged that they were aware of these issues and would take him to the correct facilities. With no aid or support or even resources for us as the family, he was released a few days. The morning before his death, we had called the Department of Phoenix PD to ask them to remove the person from our home, another family member struggling from health issues. And they released her a few hours. She came back, had an altercation with Emilio, and now our brother is dead, shot and killed by a District 4 officer on overtime who didn't even put his vehicle in park in Emilio's grandmother's yard, which was less than a block away from his home where he belonged. A video released to social media while we have had no clear answers, not even from the supposed family advocates who considered this a special circumstance, as they say. A father, a brother, a family member should not be treated like this. We should not have had waited till the day before we put him in the ground to see his body. We are asking you for the full videos, for the full reports, for the autopsy report. We did not deserve this. We have done our part for you, City Council. But Phoenix PD killing us and finding ways to continue to withhold the facts is not justice.
Our next speaker is Sarah Webb, followed by Isaiah Chamiso. Sarah, are you on the line?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may proceed.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Gallego and council members and staff for your time today. I'm Sarah Webb. I'm a co-founder of a local nonprofit, Gathering Humanity, and also assistant director of advocacy at Their Story, Our Story. And I work directly with the Phoenix refugee community and have for almost 7 years. Initially, there's confusion on the agenda when I mark support. I do thank you for allocating funds for refugees today. However, there is a need for refugee housing and support for all 4 of the amazing resettlement agencies: Lutheran Social Services, Arizona Immigrant Refugee Services, Catholic Charities, and IRC. And that is not in the plan as it was presented today. We need equitable support for all 4 agencies to receive refugees, asylees, and have recently received the Afghan evacuees as well. I am in support of the ARPA funds being allocated for refugee solutions, in particular the Newcomer Community Center, which I have met with each of you to speak about. It will provide an equitable solution for all 4 resettlement agencies, all located in Phoenix. The proposed center will provide safe housing for refugees arriving in Phoenix and work hand in hand with the resettlement agencies to provide essential wraparound services that will help the integration process for refugee families. In my many years of working with refugees and helping to house and provide essential items in apartments, housing is a huge barrier for refugees. And due to the arrivals and the decreased availability of affordable housing, refugees who are already a vulnerable population are left without housing options. They have been in hotels waiting for several months, and when housing is found, it is often in unsafe and rundown apartments. I'm asking the council to please consider ARPA funds to be used towards the acquisition of a property for the Newcomer Community Center. Refugees contributed tremendously to our community when they are able to secure safe and affordable housing, and local businesses recognize this and them as valuable employees. And businesses like the Sheraton Hotel and Sky Harbor Airport, they hire these valuable refugees who are unable to find employment when they are sitting in hotels waiting for housing. We've received support from over 600 individuals, 100 local businesses for this community center, and I ask that you please consider allocating funds for this housing solution. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Isaiah Chamiso, followed by Christy Bishop. Isaiah, are you on the line?
Yes. Hello, my name is Isaiah Noe Chamiso, and I'm here today in support of owning mental wellness and substance abuse. It's a resource our community has lacked for a very long time. I know firsthand the effects of not being able to get help for somebody. My brother Emilio had mental health problems, and he was not able to receive proper and affordable care. On February 7th, Emilio was the victim of a homicide. He died due to police violence. Throughout the course of this homicide investigation, we have had to go through roadblocks to get answers. 2 months have passed since he was killed. My family has not had access to basic evidence such as an autopsy report. What is Phoenix PD hiding? Who are they protecting? We cannot have any type of closure in our family when we are kept in the dark like this. I speak on behalf of my brother and the victims of police violence.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christy Bishop, followed by Tammy Morales. Christy, are you on the line?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Gallego and members of the City Council for your time today. My name is Christy Bishop. I'm a program lead for Lifting Hands International and a volunteer assistant director of advocacy for the nonprofit Their Story is Our Story. I volunteer throughout the community on behalf of refugees and asylum seekers. I also would like to correct my public comment on the agenda for item number 2 and change it from supporting the proposed strategic plan to opposing it. Refugees are a unique, vulnerable population and are often left out of discussions about housing barriers. Unlike other members of our community, refugees need to apply for housing with no credit history, no rental history, no job, and not even a social security number. Resettlement agencies are required to find an apartment, which entails asking a landlord to rent to a refugee who lacks all qualifications as a renter. With the housing shortage, landlords obviously prefer to rent to people with the minimal qualifications. There aren't alternative options to this process. Refugees and resettlement agencies are left to choose from the worst apartments in our city, properties that nobody should be living in because of violent crime, drug abuse, and uninhabitable conditions. These properties end up renting to immigrant populations like refugees because they often don't know their tenant rights. Please consider funding fully or partially a housing program like the Newcomer Community Center to give an opportunity for refugees to establish a credit history and a rental history while looking for work in a safe environment where they can find healthy, permanent housing afterwards. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Tammy Morales, followed by Christina Atwood. Tammy, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on.
Thank you.
My name is Tammy Morales, and as a fellow citizen of Arizona, born and raised, I find it troubling the amount of individuals that I see daily around the valley that are in dire need of help for substance abuse and mental health issues. As a mother of a young child, I am terrified as to what the future will look like for her. On February 7th, my daughter's uncle's life was taken by the hands of Officer Alexander Garcia. Every night since then, I have had to wipe my daughter's tears and try to make her feel safe. Well, my 6-year-old can only think about, why couldn't the police help her? Why couldn't he get help, or why was he killed instead? The police didn't make our neighborhood safe for Emilio, and they never offered any support for him, for our family, prior to his murder, or even after. For Emilio, for my daughter, and for all of the other innocent lives needing and begging for support for substance abuse and mental health, I ask that $10 million be allocated for mental health and substance abuse so others don't have to prematurely bury their loved ones. I am also asking for help to find answers into Emilio's death. We are asking for the unredacted body footage camera footage, and for all the officers on scene prior to and after his murder. The medical examiner's autopsy report, along with all other reports from the day of the incident, starting from the officer dispatch in the early hours of February 7th. I am asking for your support, Mayor Gallegos and City Council Laura Pastor, to help us get the answers we need. I pray that no one today has to try to maneuver through the endless obstacles we encounter daily to try to find answers for our loved ones. Can we count on your support?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christina Atwood, followed by Daniel Chamiso. Christina, are you on the line?
Yes, thank you. Thank you to Mayor and Council members for addressing so many critical issues that are affecting our region. I'm with Gathering Humanity, a local nonprofit that serves refugees, humanitarian parolees, asylees, and special immigrant visa holders that are coming to the Phoenix area. When COVID hit, we had 12 families that were expected to resettle that week when the world shut down. And many of those cases were family reunification. The housing crisis is having a constricting effect on our community's ability to reunite families and to receive new refugee neighbors, and also to keep those refugees that are already here settled in affordable housing with so many properties raising their rent drastically. We've seen the quality of apartments, has been mentioned before, drop as well, with housing issues of infestations of rats, fleas, and bed bugs, where we are very discouraged to have to place families as there's nothing else available. Our team has seen how that lack of affordable housing is affecting those vulnerable, and support the new community center that would help all 4 of the resettlement agencies. And we're really grateful for those 4 resettlement agencies and the State Refugee Resettlement Organization that has helped to welcome more refugees in the past 4 months than the total previous 4 years. Today, we settled a family that has been, that came to the U.S. on August 26, 2021. That family has been in a hotel for over 7 months. And so we really, really would love to, I think the exacerbation of having so much conflict and war and different things, and then with a pandemic on top of that, has really stifled the ability for normalcy for many of these families. And we support the Newcomer Community Center and hope that that will be pushed forward so that these families can come to our area and have that safety and security. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel.
And just one pause quickly. Can we just check in with our city attorney about open meeting law guidance?
Yes, Mayor. As a reminder to speakers, again, comments must be related to the agenda item and the action being considered tonight. The agenda item here is we're talking about allocation of the American Rescue Fund plans, So the comments need to be tied to that in some way.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Daniel Chamiso, followed by Juliana Larson. Daniel, are you on the line?
Yeah, I'm on the line.
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Good evening, guys. I hope you guys are all well. My name is Daniel Chamiso, and this is for all the city council members. I want to implore you to allocate funds to mental health and substance abuse programs that will help all of Phoenix affected by this crisis since the start of the pandemic and prior. I invite you to really see for yourself how our communities are suffering from these issues. The same issues are outside your door here today. Come outside and look for yourself. Resources are too far between and not easily accessible, making it impossible to help our loved ones, such as my brother Emilio, who suffer from these issues. And I'm outside the council chambers demanding that you listen. And I'm here to let you know, to remind you that Officer Alexander Garcia executed my brother on February 7th. And since then, the Phoenix police has kept us in the dark and lied to us with their false narrative. The actions of Officer Alexander Garcia have caused several of my family members, and myself included, to start having mental issues such as depression and severe anxiety. How is it that city workers can cause mental health issues but are not willing to fund them? I'm begging the council to help my family, and I get answers. I'm asking District Councilmember Lara Pastor for help in obtaining all the unredacted body cam footage from every officer on the scene. I am asking for my brother's medical autopsy to be released. We are demanding the truth. We want transparency. Can we count on your support? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Juliana Larson, followed by Vani Martinez. Juliana, are you on the line? Juliana is not on the line. Our next speaker is Vani Martinez, followed by Luciano Martinez. Vani, are you on the line? Vani, are you on the line?
Emilio, an undiagnosed mentally challenged man, lost his life at the hands of the Phoenix police.
Vianney Martinez, are you on the line?
This is Daniel Sandoval Martinez.
Okay, thank you.
Emilio, an undiagnosed mentally challenged man, lost his life at the hands of Phoenix police. He was no saint in the eyes of public opinion. He had no trial, no hearing, and yet he was sentenced to death. He was mentally challenged. As a child, he went through the divorce of his parents, along with the natural challenges of a teenager. Our families left to wonder how different this would have been had he got the mental health care he needed. To our city councilman, we beg you, invest in our youth's mental health. We're losing too many. Bill, a psychologist, said 70% of inmates come from broken homes. He said dysfunctional families and physical, mental, and sexual abuse lead to psychological problems. Coping with these problems often leads to drug use and abuse. Bill said when he was in school, he couldn't wait to get home each day, but now kids won't go home. There's nobody there, he said. Also, Bill said 80% of inmates are learning disabled, 50% are illiterate, and 70% have no vocational training. Concerning socioeconomic factors, Bill said, it's no accident that 50% of inmates are disadvantaged, deprived minorities. This study was first published in the early 90s. It's obvious that things have not improved over time. It is time to put our dollars to work for the young people's mental health. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Luciano.
Our next speaker is Luciano Martinez, followed by Juana Ochoa. Luciano, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Luciano, a resident of Phoenix, and I am also Emilio's cousin. I'm here to ask the council for the $10 million towards the mental health and substance use needs. We need funding towards the mental health of those affected by substance use, and also for the mental health of the families of those who have lost their lives at the hands of Phoenix police. During the pandemic, Emilio turned to drugs to cope with the problems he had throughout his life, and although he had not been diagnosed, the use of these substances affected him mentally. The early morning of February 7th, the police was called to help with a female who was causing chaos at our home. The police was to take the female to a mental facility to be there until she was stable, but they did not. That same morning she came back, and that afternoon of February 7th, Emilio was executed by Alexander Garcia. Alexander Garcia took upon himself the role of a judge and a jury. Alexander Garcia had been called to help with a situation, and he showed up to murder a citizen. There was no medical service for over 10 minutes after Emilio was shot. Yes, Emilio had done something he ought not to have done, but the issue in such a circumstance is the death penalty, and a death that was so cruel. Is that deserved? He died in a terrible way. Because of the lack of transparency and accountability and responsibility from the police department, I am also asking for the help of the council members, including Councilwoman Laura Pastor and Mayor Kate Gallego, to obtain the body footage from every officer on scene and the autopsy reports, as well as the other police reports from that day. I hope that one of you may be able to help my family to have some closure and have transparency. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Juana Ochoa, followed by Berta Rita. Juana, are you on the line?
Sí, aquí estoy.
We can hear you. Please proceed.
La podemos escuchar.
Ok, necesitamos 10 millones para que el comité dirigido por la comunidad encuentre formas de aumentar la salud y la seguridad a largo plazo de nuestros vecindarios.
We need $10 million to improve the mental health and addictions in our neighborhoods.
Pongan en su mesa el dinero de Arpa y tomen en cuenta que es para la gente. Hemos hablado con miles de gente, salimos a tocar puertas y es increíble escuchar la necesidad de la gente y que ese dinero es para ellos, es para la comunidad. Necesitamos que ese dinero salga, por favor, para que le den el uso necesario para lo verdaderamente importante.
Please you put the ARPA money funds on the table. The people really need it. We've spoken to lots of people. We've knocked on lots of doors, and it's incredible how needed this money is to help the people. It's the people's money, and you need to use it to help the people in the community.
La gente necesita recursos para el cuidado de la salud mental y el uso de sustancias. Necesitamos 10 millones que se inviertan a un comité que se enfoque en encontrar soluciones a la crisis de salud mental y el uso de sustancias.
We need $10 million to be invested in mental health and addictions. We need a committee run by the people to look over these needs and to help cover all this help that's needed for mental health and addictions.
Y estamos aquí afuera también en apoyo a la familia de Emilio para hacer justicia y no más muertes injustas de parte del departamento que nos debemos sentir más seguros y estamos peor. Están matando a nuestra gente y eso no es justo. Estamos aquí para apoyar a la familia de Emilio Chamizo.
We're
Tómelo en
outside.
cuenta, póngalo en su mesa. Gracias.
Here supporting Emilio's family. You need to stop killing our people, and we're here supporting Emilio's family.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Bertha Rita, followed by Viri Hernandez. Bertha, are you on the line?
Sí. Hola, buenas tardes.
Hi, good afternoon.
Quiero decirles que pedir ayuda a la policía no debería de ser una sentencia de muerte para nuestras comunidades.
I want to tell you that asking for help from the police should not be a death sentence for our people.
Por eso exigimos $10 millones para un centro de recursos para salud mental y adicciones.
That's why we demand $10 million for a center that will give help to mental health and addictions.
Exigimos más transparencia de parte de la policía y de ustedes también. Queremos justicia para la familia de Emilio.
We demand more transparency from you, and we demand justice for Emilio's family.
No es justo que más familias sigan llorando la muerte de sus seres queridos.
It's not fair that more families have to cry over the loss of their loved ones.
La policía debería de hacer mejor su trabajo y tomar mejores entrenamientos.
The police should do their job better and to get some better training.
Ni una muerte más por parte de la policía.
Not one more death from the hands of the police.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Viri Hernandez, followed by Stephanie Gonzalez Espinosa. Viri, are you on the line?
Yes. Okay, you can hear me. Council members, I'm here. We're outside with the family of Emilio Chamizo. And to reiterate that you have a responsibility to further investigate and find out the current needs during COVID. There's a lot of great programs you put forth, and we support a lot of those investments that are happening. However, there's not one single dollar that has been allocated to mental health and substance use. These two issues have always been a priority in our communities, but during COVID, these have become fatal priorities. With data showing us across the nation, but also in Arizona, that there's higher anxiety, higher depression, higher suicides, higher use of substance, higher deaths due to fentanyl. All of that is very clear in the data, but it is also very clear in our stories, in our communities. Do we want more trees? Absolutely, we want more trees, especially in Maryville and South Phoenix that have been deprioritized as green spaces for a long time. But should that be funded through ARPA? Absolutely not. That needs to come from the general fund or other pockets. ARPA is funding that needs to go to people to recover from COVID. People are dying, are being killed, and mental health crisis and substance use crisis are at the core of that. Emilio's family, as they spoke, have called several times to ask for help. The crisis that grew and that resulted in ultimately his death was a result because there has never been the substantial support for mental health and substance use. We need to support people to be able to recover from COVID. That is what ARPA is for. That is why the money was allocated. And there's a lot of programs that are listed that are not going to be necessities to save the lives and to recover, especially during a pandemic that has most impacted Black, Brown, Indigenous, poor, queer, working communities. And so we're here to demand that there's investment into these two areas. The past investment is not enough, especially in a history of divestment from the city to those issues. And so we're here to demand that, and also to demand that the family gets access to all of their reports and all of the truth of what happened February 7th.
Thank you. Up next is Stephanie Gonzalez Espinosa, followed by Martha Avendado. Stephanie, are you on the line?
Yes. So my name is Janine Gelsinger. I'm a faith leader and I'm the executive director of Unitarian Universalist Justice Arizona. I was surprised to read that there isn't support for mental health care and substance use care in this round of ARPA funds. So I want to share a personal story here. My family and I had COVID in March of 2020. In our journey through post-COVID, we've since learned that many recent studies show that one of the post-COVID symptoms can be a dramatic rise in depression and anxiety in post-COVID patients. And that's been the case with one of my children. We soon learned that almost every child therapist in Phoenix we referred to had a waiting list of almost 6 months. And when we were lucky to find her a great therapist, the cost of her therapy is more than our monthly rent. You know, I have a good job that pays a living wage and I have good health insurance. And if this is the case for me, what does that mean for everyone else? I'm a single mom, and I know there are lots of other moms on city council. Fellow parents don't need me to tell you how hard COVID has been on our families. Even if you didn't get sick, we all dealt with school closures, quarantines, rising rents. I have access to lots of privilege, but we know that because of systemic racism, accessing mental health care is even harder in BIPOC communities. My child isn't the only one who needs care. Our friends at Poder in Action made 60,000 phone calls, and mental health care and substance use care was the biggest community priority. As a UU, I trust that people closest to the problem are closest to the solution, and I trust that the people of Phoenix who were surveyed know what they need. Now, I see a lot of good in this budget. I see you're funding more shelters for houseless folks, for example. But to me, this budget fails to address the root causes of so many of the post-COVID issues in Phoenix. Failing to provide mental health care and substance use care means that the city thinks the solution is criminalization, that mental illness and drug use can be solved by police, not preemptive care that would create a truly safer community. My UU faith calls me towards a vision of beloved community, where everyone has what they need. Budgets are a moral document. Show that you prioritize the future of our kids and our communities by funding $10 million for community-led exploration into mental health and substance use solutions for Phoenix.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Martha. No, sorry. Martha Avendado, followed by Denise Meja. Martha, are you on the line?
Hola, buenas tardes. Yo estoy exigiendo los 10 millones de dólares
$10
de
million
ARPA
from ARP
para salud mental y abuso de sustancias.
For mental health and addictions.
Y que este dinero sea como que sea invertido en un comité de la comunidad donde la comunidad, ese comité nos pueda decir que ese dinero se está utilizando para eso que nosotros necesitamos, que es salud mental y abuso de sustancias.
We're asking for those $10 million to be invested in a community that's going to tell us that what it's being used for, and it's being used for mental health and addictions.
También queremos justicia para Emilio.
We also want justice for Emilio.
Que se aclare lo que pasó.
We need clarification on what happened to him.
Que los oficiales de policía den todas las pruebas que necesita su familia.
We need the Phoenix Police Department to turn over all the proof that his family needs.
Para que ellos estén tranquilos.
So that they can be calm.
Gracias, es todo.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Denise Meja, followed by Maria Gutierrez. Denise, are you on the line?
Okay.
Denise Meja, are you on the line? My apologies. Denise Sotelo Mejia, are you on the line?
Ya lo quitaron.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Hola, ¿me escuchan? Sí. Oh, mi nombre es Marta, soy residente del Distrito 7 y en esta tarde venimos a hablar para pedir justicia por Emilio. Queremos que el Departamento de la Policía pueda entregar todas las pruebas y para que den claridad a lo que pasó con él y que su familia pueda estar tranquila.
My name is Marta. I lived in District 7. I'm here to support Emilio's family. We're asking that you give all the proof, turn over all the proof that the family needs so the family can be calm.
Yo soy voluntaria de la organización de Poder en Acción y en esta tarde vengo a decirles que yo soy una de las personas que realizamos el año pasado las 65,000 llamadas, 22,000 puertas tocamos y de todos estos trabajos realizados logramos obtener 4 prioridades que la comunidad necesita.
I am one of the volunteers that works for Poder in Action, and I'm one of the people that made the 6,500 calls and knocked on 22,000 doors and finding out the 4 priorities that are needed in the community of Phoenix.
Son 65,000.
The 65,000.
Llegamos con todas esas encuestas realizadas, llegamos a los porcentajes que la comunidad quiere que se incremente.
With all those inquiries, we were able to obtain the percentages of what the community needs.
Queremos el aumento, el acceso a programas de salud mental y uso de sustancias para los residentes de color.
We want programs for mental health and addictions for people of color in the community.
Debido a esto, estamos luchando por una inversión de 10 millones en un comité de seguridad pública dirigido por la comunidad que proponga programas para aumentar la salud y la seguridad a largo plazo.
We're asking that these $10 million be allocated to a community that will serve the community and provide this mental health help and for addictions.
Uno de los segundos puntos que tenemos también fue aumentar la accesibilidad a viviendas de calidad con servicios de apoyo.
Discúlpeme, no le escucha. ¿Puede acercarse más, por favor?
Otro de los puntos que tenemos es aumentar la accesibilidad.
Another point is to increase the accessibility
de vivienda con calidad de servicio de apoyo y refugio con menores obstáculos.
Is access to
low barrier housing. To low barrier housing.
Low barrier houses.
And services for communities so that there's less obstacles to access housing.
And services for communities and more accessible.
Es todo.
Our next speaker is Denise Sotelo Meja, followed by Maria Gutierrez. Denise, are you on the line?
Hi. So privileged folks do not understand the trauma of poverty. Anything my people can do to escape the fact that we are broke.
Can you please state your name?
They will do. I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Can you please state your name?
My name is Denise Ivonne Sotelo Mejia.
Thank you.
Thank you. So everything goes out the window when all my people can taste is heartbreak and disparities. We do not want crumbs anymore. The lack of accountability of you city officials have created street capitalists. You guys are responsible for the way our cities look, from Gallego to Barton to all y'all sitting in those chairs.
Could you please connect your comments to the American Rescue Plan?
Yes, we do not want $9 million that you guys gave to mental health. You guys almost got $4 million. That is extremely disrespectful. Why do you guys continue to traumatize the people and inflict violence? Mental health is the issue here. To win a war, you need resources, and resources take money, more than $9 million. We want $10 million for the people. Social workers, people who specialize in human behavior, mental health disorders, not murderers with a badge. I wish I had over 2 minutes to also discuss the blue wall of silence, but overall, safety is living wages for all people, mental health resources for all people, programs for youth, free childcare. Police is not the only one to blame for murdering folks. You guys are throwing lives away too. And I wish you guys would get that. We want justice for Emilio Chamizo and all people killed by police.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Gutierrez, followed by Ben Laughlin. Maria, are you on the line?
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Gutiérrez.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Maria Gutierrez.
Okay, estoy aquí porque soy parte de la comunidad y lo que hemos dado cuenta, porque yo fui una de las personas que hizo encuestas, que necesitamos más recursos para salud mental. Estamos exigiendo que del dinero de ARPA pongan $10 millones a recursos para salud mental y jóvenes en adicciones.
And I'm here as part of the community, and I'm finding out that we need more funds for mental health. As far as ARPA, I'm asking for $10 million for these funds for mental health and people with addictions.
Y queremos que esos $10 millones vayan a un departamento de seguridad y salud pública que sea dirigido por la comunidad y para la comunidad, que propongan programas y soluciones a largo plazo para salud mental.
And we want these $10 million to go to public safety by and for the community. And we want these programs to be implemented.
Pero que no tengan que involucrar a la policía, porque la policía no nos da soluciones. La policía no nos hace seguros. La verdadera seguridad es tener recursos que necesitamos para ser felices y saludables. Por eso es que estamos pidiendo este dinero de ARPA, estos 10 millones para esos recursos. Y queremos que ese comité sea un comité formado por la comunidad.
And we want these funds directed for this program not to be led by the police. We want to be safe. We're not safe with the police. We want these funds because we want to be happy. We want to be healthy. And so we want these $10 million for these programs that would be run and supervised and overseen by the community.
Porque el dinero de ARPA es para la gente, fue dado por COVID. Entonces hay muchas personas, familias enteras que están mal psicológicamente, también han perdido sus viviendas por falta de dinero y de apoyo de la ciudad de Phoenix.
And also these ARPA funds, they were meant for COVID, people that needed funds for that lost their homes during the COVID. So these families, they need these funds. All these people that lost their homes.
Queremos también recursos para vivienda accesible para todas esas personas que están en la calle.
And we also want accessibility for people that are out in the streets.
Y también estamos aquí apoyando a la familia de Emilio porque otra persona más, ¿verdad?, fue víctima de la policía. Queremos justicia para Emilio y para todas las familias que han perdido un ser querido en manos de la policía.
And we're also out here supporting Emilio's family. We want justice for Emilio and all the other families that have suffered in the hands of police.
Y como comunidad no pedimos, exigimos que ese dinero sea puesto a la comunidad.
And as a community, we demand that this money be set for the community.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Laughlin, followed by America Sandoval. Ben, are you on the line?
Hi, my name is Ben Laughlin. I'm from District 4. I've been outside for 5 hours in 40-mile-an-hour wind with 50 other people because y'all still don't have any allocation for mental health and substance use for our community. But we're here because it's essential to our survival. Mayor Gallego, there has never been anything more tied to this agenda item than the experience of a loved one killed by police because the mental health resources that were needed didn't exist. We need y'all to invest $10 million in mental health and substance use resources. We desperately need new strategies for supporting folks with mental health needs because right now people like Emilio Chamizo are being left behind. The $9 million from the first allocation is going to keep reaching the same people it always reaches. Black, brown, immigrant, queer and trans folks, disabled folks, and youth are being left behind. Phoenix claims to be progressive and innovative, but y'all keep funneling money to the same departments and institutions, leaving the rest of us to die. I don't know why we keep expecting better from you when you can't even follow through on the most basic levels of transparency for people impacted by police violence. You need to stop spending funds on police bonuses and extremely edited videos and start investing in our people's mental health. Well, I think shade is super important for communities of color. It doesn't matter if we're dying from mental health and substance use. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is America Sandoval, followed by Brooks Murillo. America, are you on the line?
Bueno, soy América, la abuela de Emilio Chavizo. Soy la persona que vio más rápido de la familia, porque solo me separaban 12 o 15 metros, una barda de bloc es lo que estaba dividiéndonos. Estaba cuando escuché la descarga y escuché una discusión, sentí que era Emilio y corrí con el teléfono en la mano y vi como dos policías daban resucitación a una persona.
Pause, señora. Hello, I'm the grandmother of Emilio Chavizo. I saw what happened in such a quick manner. I was about 12 to 15 meters away. In between, there was a block wall, and I heard the discharge, and I felt that it was Emilio. So I saw two officers. One of them was giving mouth to mouth or trying to resuscitate him.
No había llegado ninguna ambulancia. A Emilio le disparó el policía a la 1:04.
There was no ambulance, and the officer, he discharged at 1:04.
Y como no había llegado ninguna ambulancia, estuve mirando. Yo estuve mirando por esos 10 o 12 minutos qué estaban haciendo ellos.
So I was watching.
Que era Emilio.
I was watching. There was no ambulance, and I was wondering for those 10, 12 minutes, what are the officers doing?
Así que regresé a la casa porque había pedido ayuda, auxilio a mi familia.
So I went back home. I had asked for help from my family.
Había hablado a Daniela, a Miguel, a Luciano que regresaran porque había habido una balacera y estaba cerca de la casa y que yo pensaba que era Emilio. Así es que cuando...
And so I called for Daniela, Miguel, or Luciano. I told them to come back because there was a shooting that was close by, and I felt that it was Emilio.
Yo regresé para la casa para darles un informe porque era la urgencia de que ellos vinieran.
And I went back to the house to let them know that it was very urgent that they come back.
Así es que Emilio no le dio, el oficial García no le dio nada de chance para negociar con él, sino que llegó y le disparó, y ya después que le disparó fue como quiso darle auxilio él y otra mujer que era policía. Ese es lo que yo alcanzaba a ver. Entonces ahora, como abuela, y me considero que fui la madre de él, o soy, Su mamá está muerta, entonces pido que nos digan la verdad, que no estoy loca, que lo que vi era cierto, porque lo taparon con una cosa negra. Y por último, quiero decirles que si las policías van a hacer justicia, quiten las cárceles que el pueblo las mantiene, que vengan los policías y ellos los ejecuten a todos los que no hagamos bien. Gracias.
And the same way, Emilio was not given a chance. He was shot by this officer. After he got shot, it was a female officer that was providing aid. That's what I saw. And as a mother, as a grandmother, I am actually like a mother to him because his mother is dead. I ask for the truth. I'm not crazy. It's true what I saw. They covered him up with a black cover. And so to finish it up, if police, if they were working with justice and with fairness, why don't they just remove the jails and execute the inmates? That's what they would be proving. That's fairness. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brooks Murillo, followed by Miguel Chamizo. Brooks, are you on the line?
Hello?
Brooks, are you on the line?
Yes, this is Brooks Murillo.
Please proceed.
Yes, I'm here on behalf of my brother Emilio Chamizo, who was killed February 7, 2022 by a Phoenix police officer named Alexander Garcia. I feel that if we had more mental health resources and substance abuse resources, perhaps my brother would have been alive. My brother was a caring and loving, good man who was also troubled at times, just like anyone could have been. He didn't deserve to be killed. I ask that we get results that will help our communities and keep our streets safe. Also, the police that are patrolling, we need to make sure that they are mentally stable as well. The police could have approached the situation totally differently, and Emilio might have still been here. Our family, we want answers. We would like unedited videos of all the officers involved. We need to see the autopsy and medical reports. Our family is asking for answers and for your help. We need for any one of you to help us to do it so. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Miguel Chamizo, followed by Maribel Chamizo. Miguel, are you on the line?
Yo soy Miguel Chamizo,
Please proceed.
papá de Emilio. Y Jacobo Harris, Francisco Valdés, Héctor López.
Señor, ¿lo puedo interrumpir? ¿Puede acercarse más hacia el teléfono y hablar más sí. Claro, por favor?
Claro. Jacobo Harris, Francisco Valdés, Héctor López, Alejandro Hernández, Ryan Whitaker y mi hijo Emilio Chamizo.
¿Y quiénes son estas personas, señor?
Estas son las personas que los policías han ejecutado.
So, Jacob Francisco Valdez, Héctor Lopez, Alexander Hernandez, Ryan Whitaker, and now my son, Emilio. These are the people that the police have executed.
Si bien nadie es perfecto en esta vida, mi hijo tampoco lo era. Yo tampoco. Pero Alejandro García tomó la decisión de matarlo. Y estamos pidiendo ayuda. 2 millones para la policía todos los días y nosotros pidiendo 10 millones para la ayuda de las personas y familias. No es igual.
Gracias, señor. And so, if anything, nobody is perfect. My son wasn't perfect. I'm not perfect. Alexander Garcia, he decided to kill him. So we're asking for help for families, for people, 10 million to help all of them.
Y queremos que esto no pase con nadie de ustedes, con nadie de ninguno en esta ciudad, nuestra bonita ciudad. Queremos su ayuda y queremos justicia. Queremos que nos den los videos de Emilio. La policía nos ha dado nomás vueltas y no nos da la información correcta. Estamos cansados de ellos ya.
And nobody, just nobody would want to go through this. We want help. We're asking for fairness. We want the videos. And they're just giving us a runaround. We're tired.
Solamente queremos lo mejor para toda la gente, todas las familias. Con la ayuda de ustedes se va a hacer.
All we want is what's best for everybody, for all the families. And we count on you. That's all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maribel Chamizo, followed by Yvette Servan. Maribel, are you on the line?
Sí, soy yo, Maribel Chamizo. Soy la tía de Emilio Chamizo y solamente estoy aquí porque yo tengo un código de creencia. Creo que en los reyes, gobernantes, magistrados, y creo en honrar y sostener la ley. Y creo que la justicia es para todos igual, para reyes como para los sirvientes o los de menor jerarquía. Estoy aquí porque quiero que ustedes, los concejales, especialmente la señora Laura Pastor, que es la representante de mi distrito, ponga énfasis en este caso, que se pongan en nuestro lugar de nuestra.
And my name is Maribel Chamizo. I'm the aunt of Emilio Chamizo. And so I believe in code of ethics, nor magistrates, no any person, honorary person under the law is exempt from justice, not even kings, servants, hierarchies. I'm here for you as city council members, since I do live in Laura Pastor's district, especially her, as you put emphasis in our case.
Y entonces yo pido que ustedes se pongan en el lugar de mi familia, pensando en la pérdida de un hijo querido por toda su familia. Entonces tenemos leyes que se rigen por jueces, por cárceles, porque para eso están las leyes, para todos los que cometemos delitos, paguemos por esos delitos que cometemos. Entonces, nosotros como familia exigimos que nos digan por qué el policía actuó por su propia ley en matar a mi sobrino.
And so I ask that you put yourself in my family's position. Think about the loss of a loved one. We have one here. Now, judges, jails, they're there to follow the laws. If one commits a crime, we pay for it, for whatever crime that we commit. So why did police act on their own?
Entonces, ustedes y nosotros podemos hacer la diferencia en aplicar la ley correctamente.
So then you and us can be the difference in enforcing the law the proper way.
Para primeramente individualmente, familiarmente, comunitariamente, como ciudad, como estado y finalmente como país. Gracias por escuchar mis palabras.
So then you and us can make a difference, first individually, as a family, as a community, as a city, and finally as a state. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yvette Servin, followed by Jenny Hernandez. Yvette, are you on the line?
Sí, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. ¿Cuál es su nombre, señora?
Mi nombre es Lorenza Valdés.
My name is Lorenza Valdez.
Y yo estoy aquí para exigir esos 10.
Let's move on. I don't think we have a Lorenza Valdez registered.
Vamos a seguir adelante. No tenemos a Lorenza registrada.
Our next speaker will be Jenny Hernandez, followed by Zira Flores. Jenny, are you on the line?
All right, do we have Miss Flores?
Mayor, it looks like the cell phone they were using, the call dropped. So we will work to get them back on. Mayor, it looks like we do have David Portugal on the line. David?
Hello. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Yeah, my name is David Portugal. I am calling on behalf of my family and friends in District 7, as well as a member of Chispa, Arizona. I've got 7 years of experience working in the mental behavioral health field, and was really excited to hear about tons of the programs being presented today. Specifically, I want to highlight just how important the program for the tree canopy is. Heat and psychotropic medications, heat and narcotics, heat and mental health issues do not mix. They're all exacerbated by the heat. Last summer and the summer before, in the height of the pandemic, I can't tell you how hard it was to try to find ways for my young people to spend time in their community and escape the heat. For that reason, I see increasing the shade canopy as not being a luxury but a necessity. So I just wanted to plant that seed that we, as you're trying to figure out what programs to fund. They all are important. But I want to reiterate that the tree canopy is a matter of mental health as well as physical health. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be John Lindman. John, are you on the line?
Yes.
We can hear you. Please
I'm here.
proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm John Lindman. I work with Arizona Immigrant and Refugee Services, one of those 4 refugee resettlement agencies that were mentioned a few minutes ago, or, well, have been mentioned several times. I want to thank the mayor and the council members for hearing us today and for discussing these matters. I myself have been working with refugees in total of about 10 years, and one of the biggest frustrations for us as agencies is being able to find them a place to stay that they can afford to stay after we are done helping them when they're on their own. I myself have a job, and I have a wife who has a job. We can barely afford the hideous rent that is being charged right now. It's a joke, pathetic. These people come from worlds where they cannot even eat. They come here in hopes of finding a better place to live. When they get here, we help them, we give them a good start. But then, due to no fault of their own, they're unable to stay and they wind up homeless. Then they end up in that whole cycle of bad neighborhoods, bad choices, and the things that need to be worked on, or the things that we need to focus on, are those specific issues mentioned: housing, and positions that are, let me look back at my note, trying to find employment for those individuals who need it. The Workforce and Training Center at the old Kmart store is a wonderful idea, and it's something that we should be investing in. I absolutely agree with that. It's something that everyone benefits from, not just one neighborhood, not just one race. It's everyone can benefit. It's important that we keep in mind
Our next speaker will be Yvette Servin, followed by Jenny Hernandez. Yvette, are you on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yes, is this Yvette?
Hi, this is Yvette.
Please continue.
So I'm here in support of ARPA to say that we need $10 million for a committee led by the community to come up with ways to increase long-term health and safety for our neighborhoods without police and prisons. As a member of this community who has had experience working in social work fields, specifically during this pandemic, I have seen firsthand how underfunded the jobs are and how it has affected people directly, negatively, and just overall. Emilio was one of the millions of people whose mental health and substance use was impacted by the pandemic. He was killed by a police officer February 7th of this year in District 4. It's been over 2 months, and they continue to face challenges in obtaining unredacted body cam footage and his autopsy. Laura Pastor, as the representative of one of the most underfunded districts, District 4, we expect you as our council member to help this family get justice, find answers, and for this to not to continue to happen to families. Is this something that we can count on you to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jenny Hernandez, followed by Zira Flores. Jenny, are you on the line?
Jenny here?
Jenny Hernandez, are you on the line?
Sí, bueno.
We can hear you.
Hello.
¿Me escucha?
Sí, ¿sí lo escucha?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sí, yo vivo en el Distrito 7.
I live in District 7.
Yo estoy aquí para exigir los $10,000 para cuidado de salud mental. $10 millones.
I'm here to demand the $10 million for help on mental health.
Para el cuidado de salud mental.
For the care of mental health.
Y para eso de las sustancias tóxicas también.
Also for the toxic substances too.
Y también exijo, porque yo hace 4 años también me mataron a mi hijo Francisco Valdés.
I'm also demanding this because 4 years ago, my son Francisco Valdés was murdered.
Y yo exijo, porque también hasta ahorita no me han dado ni los reportes completos de lo del accidente de mi hijo.
I demand that they give me the information because it's been 4 years and I still have not received the complete reports on my son's accident.
Ni los reportes médicos.
I have not received the medical reports or information either.
Y es lo que yo quisiera que me entregaran a mí completamente toda esa información.
I would like them to turn over to me the complete information.
Ajá. Y pues también exijo eso de la salud mental porque yo y mis hijos estamos pasando por mucha depresión por parte de eso que pasó de los policías con el accidente de mi hijo.
I'm also demanding that you fund the mental health because my children and I are also going through a lot of depression because of the accident that my son suffered.
Sí, y yo ocupo de mucha ayuda junto con mi familia porque pasamos por ya 2 veces por el COVID y ocupamos mucha ayuda para sanar nuestro dolor que tenemos todavía de la pérdida de mi hijo.
Me and my family have gone through COVID twice. We need a lot of help with that, and also because of what we went through with my son.
Y yo les exijo que me den todos esos documentos que me faltan para saber yo todo lo que pasó con mi hijo del médico y todo eso.
I also demand that you give me all the information, all the documentation stating what happened to my son.
Y estoy aquí también para apoyar a la familia de Emilio también, que ya no más muertes, por favor, ya paren todo eso de los policías.
I'm also here to support Emilio's family. No more murders, please. No more deaths.
Gracias, es todo. Mi nombre es Lorenza Valdés.
Lorenza Valdés.
Our next speaker will be Naomi Flores, followed by Olivia Aguilar. Naomi, are you on the line?
Not here.
Thank you. Livia Aguilar, followed by Crystal, and I'm so sorry, I'm going to butcher this, Exhalte. Livia, are you on the line?
¿Por qué no toca? ¿Aló?
¿Su nombre?
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Jennifer Hernández.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Hernandez.
Yo estoy aquí porque también estoy exigiendo que nos den los 10 millones para crear un comité que sea supervisado por la comunidad para asegurar la salud.
I'm also here to demand the $10 million for a committee that is run by the community to make sure the funds are used for mental health.
Y la crisis de sustancias.
And also, it's needed to be used for the substance abuse crisis.
Tenemos ahorita muchos problemas en nuestras familias debido a la depresión por COVID.
There's a lot of depression in our families due to the COVID pandemic.
Y yo creo que la policía no es la solución a nuestros problemas.
And I believe the police is not the solution to our problems.
Ellos no nos mantienen seguros.
They do not protect us.
Así es que exigimos que pare el abuso de la policía que abusan del poder que tienen.
We demand that the police is stopped because they use their abuse. They abuse as police.
Necesitamos seguridad.
We need safety, security.
Así. Y exijo también justicia para Emilio.
I also demand justice for Emilio.
Y por todas estas personas que han muerto en manos de la policía.
And for all these people that have died at the hands of the police.
No más muertes.
No more deaths.
No more policías.
No more police.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Crystal, followed by Miros Domenzan. Crystal, are you on the line?
Crystal, ¿está en la línea?
No, not on the line.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Miros Domenzan, followed by Eduardo Pim. Miros, are you on the line?
Both not on the line.
Our next speaker is Swanson Abdurham. Swanson, are you on the line? Swanson is not on the line. Our next speaker is Denise Garcia. Denise, are you on the line?
Not on the line.
Our next speaker is Samara Ahmed, followed by Wais Ramsey. Samara, are you on the line? Samara is not on the line. Our next speaker is Wace Ramsey, followed by Stephanie Gonzalez Espinosa. Wace, are you on the line?
Yes, I am on the line. Thank you so much. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wace Ramsey. I am a former refugee from Afghanistan and work as a welcoming and housing navigator at We Are All America. In recent time, my country and my people have gone through a lot. Each day I work with my community, I heard about the challenges that they have faced not only back my home, but that they are facing here, particularly in integrating and securing permanent and affordable housing. We Are All America coalition are working closely with refugee partners to find a sustainable housing solution to my community. Basic needs are being met, but we cannot do this without the support of the city. It is essential that my community and other refugee communities are supporting and projects like the newcomers community center are included in the funding. It will help elevate a great bordering. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wanted to check if Eduardo Pim and Denise Mosso are on the line. Mayor, it looks like the group dropped again. We're gonna
Wonderful. So that is our final public comment then?
We're gonna check to see if we can get them back on. There are three more speakers.
While we pause, do any council members have comments while we look for our speakers?
I just have one, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Ansari.
I just wanted to recognize the people who have been calling from the different refugee support organizations. It sounds like we need to have perhaps another conversation about the need and maybe look at some other specific proposals. So just wanted to recognize those individuals and let you know that hopefully at least my office will be reaching out to kind of talk to you about all of that work. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'd also remind folks that there are American Rescue Plan funds with the county and state of Arizona, and you'd be welcome to try to participate with them as well.
Mayor, it looks like that was our final speaker.
Wonderful. Then we will go to roll call on Councilwoman or Vice Mayor Pastor's motion, which is related to the Washington Street facility and the Kmart facility. Roll call.
Ansari.
Yes.
DeCiccio. Garcia.
Yes.
Guardado.
Yes.
O'Brien. Stark.
Yes.
Waring.
No.
Pastor.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 6-1.
That is our final agendized item for today. Thank you all for joining us. We are adjourned.
Bring this back to life.
Chicanos por la Casa, one of the largest Hispanic nonprofits that promotes strong, diverse communities, acquired the property in the early 2000s. David Adame is the president and CEO.
Again, so it's going to have the original wood floors in it, as much of the windows that were there, but highlighted and matched to the historic preservation component of it. And so that's the important piece, right? So that people can see how things were done in the past and what this area was like before, right? Before the suburban spa.
The City of Phoenix is very excited about this project. We provided some grant funds to help see it through to fruition, and we're very excited. Since Chicanos por la Casa has owned the property, they have done quite a bit of rehabilitation work. The porch was kind of a mess, to be honest. If you saw photos of it originally, structurally, it was not really safe to walk on. The posts were kind of dangerously leaning to one side, and so they did a lot of structural repairs to stabilize not just the porch, but the entire building.
Behind here, just north of this thing, is the Santa Rita Center, which was part of that church, but also was historic reasons was the place where Cesar Chavez did his big fast here in Arizona. You know, you have to make sure that people behind you understand what this area was.
How often can you see a house from 1879 here in Phoenix? You know, so this house has, again, quite a bit of history, not just for the adobe construction and the architecture, but also for the association with Dr. Jones and his story, Alcaria Montoya and her story as a young Mexican-American who married Dr. Jones. There's a rich history here, and you can read about it